Okay, everyone ready? Okay, welcome to the Smithfield Planning Board meeting for August 21st, 2025. Initially, with respect to the emergency and evacuation notices, in case of emergency, there are two main exits out the chambers. The first is to the left side of the stage, up the stairs, through the doorway, and down the stairway out the back side of the town hall. Second is out of the back of the chambers, to the exit doorway, to the stairway, out the front of the town hall. The men's facilities are through the back of the chambers, past the stairway, and around the corner on the right. The ladies' facilities are through the back door of the chamber, straight up the stairs, and on the left. Please do not use the elevator in times of emergency. Initially, a review of the meeting minutes for July 17th, 2025. Do we have any recommended changes or additions to the meeting minutes?
I just want to clarify on the Whipple Woods, the first full paragraph. It said September 27th, 2025 was the first extension. Is that the right date?
I believe it's supposed to be September of 2024.
Thank you.
Any other proposals in terms of changes or questions? Do we have a motion with the correction?
Motion to approve with the correction.
And the minutes with the correction?
With the minutes, yes.
Have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. All not in favor? The ayes have it. Old business, Amelia's Way, 260 Oak County Road, ID 2405, public hearing.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, my name's Tim Kane. I'm an attorney licensed to practice law in the state of Rhode Island. I have an office at 627 Putnam Pike in Greenville. I would tell you today, glass is half full. When I appeared before you in June and asked for an extension, we had just finished extensive peer review, and I think you all looked at it. You have some questions for the engineer of record, or perhaps you have. We did not have DEM wetlands approval. We did not have a RIPTES permit. We didn't have stormwater discharge approval from DEM. We didn't have fire department approval. And we didn't have a Rhode Island DOT physical alteration, PAP, physical alteration permit approval, which I know was a concern. That especially was a concern of several members of the board, including you, Mr. Moan. So I'm pleased to update you and report as follows, that the client has obtained DEM wetlands approval. That's been recorded in town hall. And that caused us several months of delay because they switched over to a new system. We have stormwater RIPTES approval. We've worked extensively with the fire department and have reached consensus with them, and that will be reflected in writing within the next 4 or 5 business days. Additional measures, a fire hydrant down there, and I would say more improvements. And we have resubmitted a soils test because as we re-engineer the project based on input we're getting from peer review and different permitting agencies, we've changed things around. So we resubmitted our soils test, and we think that's a formality. The only real substantive thing we don't have is the PAP. As soon as my client received his stormwater approval 4 weeks ago, he submitted physical alteration permit. I'm told by the engineering that's the proper course of things. They both have some jurisdiction there. You get your DEM first, then you submit to PAP. DOT is busy. They're not returning calls right now. We don't even know who the reviewer is yet. We submitted 4 weeks ago. So when I appeared before you in June, before the motion, you in particular, Mr. Moan, but I think there was a consensus on the board that you wanted to see how the Department of Transportation reacted to this application. You want to see a PAP, and of course, we'll share that information with the board when it comes in. So I feel tonight I don't have any choice but to continue it, because I don't think this board's going to vote on it until you have a physical alteration permit in hand, or at least something from DOT. And I kind of felt that we should bring the witnesses in and do everything at once instead of doing it piecemeal. I feel kind of guilty asking for another continuance, but when I step back and look at the process, we started a year ago, and I know there's a couple neighbors that keep coming every month. We started with a pre-app in September, but you have deadlines in there in which you're supposed to act, and that's to protect the applicant from the town dragging things along, and you certainly haven't done that. You've done the opposite of that. But we're in the position where we're frustrated because we're waiting state approvals and we don't have them yet. So we're kind of in a conundrum. So I know it's frustrating to keep continuing it, but I don't see any choice. You're not going to vote on it, I don't think, until we have a PAP or something for you to look at it. And I don't want to put it on piecemeal because I just think that aggravates everybody, including everybody that's waiting behind us. So I would ask that you continue it until September. I don't know if we'll have the PAP, but what I can do, if the people that keep coming here want to give me their email addresses and phone numbers, and I know Matt Fake personally, I can, if we don't have a PAP permit or something from DOT that makes us feel comfortable going forward and asking you for a vote, I don't know how you're going to vote on it, but sooner or later we're going to have a vote, then I can notify them 48 hours before the next hearing that we're going to be requesting a continuance, so they don't have to keep coming back. They may want to come back anyway. They seem to be interested in development in the town. And so, like I said, in my opinion, glass is half full. I think if the project gets approved, it will be a better project because of the scrutiny that it's undergone through several agencies, but we're missing one thing. It's beyond our control, so I'd ask for a continuance to September 18th. I know Joe Casale is going to be here that night anyway. I'm going to be here on something else. And if we don't get it, we'll notify the neighbors and we'll ask you for continuance until we have it. We're equally as frustrated. We'd like a vote. We'd like to be able to move forward one way or the other.
Okay. Any questions of the board members?
Move for continuance.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Not in
Thank you.
favor? The ayes have it.
See you in September.
Thank you.
Make sure we also do a motion to continue the time period, the clock, to make a decision.
Motion to suspend the clock on this application.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Let's
Not in
confirm.
favor? The ayes have it.
Mr. Chair, why don't you just confirm the date for September? Did you confirm that? September 18th?
I don't have it in front of me right now.
But it should be.
So it should be September 18th.
Okay, Mr. Kane, September 18th? Yes. Okay. And is today public notice for anyone who has interest? Is not going to be separate notice other than today's hearing?
Correct.
Okay. Residents at Greenville, ID 2008, public hearing. Hello, Mr. Mancini.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, John Mancini, I'm an attorney with offices at 56 Pine Street, and I represent the applicant with regards to its petition for preliminary plan approval for the project noted as residents at Greenville Farms. We're back again this evening as a continuation of our review process. As the board may recall, the last time we were here was back in June. Since June, we've pretty much gone through all of our submission. We've completed our presentation. We've had a peer review with regards to drainage. We've had peer review with respect to traffic. The only outstanding issue was environmental. And so at our June meeting, the board had requested, or I should say the board had concerns about the environmental scope that was performed, the amount of testing that was done at the site. We heard from the town's environmental expert, Lakeshore Environmental, and the applicant agreed to work with the town, with Lakeshore Environmental, to devise a new sampling plan to go back to the site and essentially retest the site in its entirety. One of the concerns that the board had was that the 8 sampling tests that were completed by Sage Environmental were not adequate and were not sufficient. Lakeshore had also recommended that we do a few additional testing, and again, we agreed to do the additional testing. So since that time, we have met with the town, met with Lakeshore, collaborated with Lakeshore, presented a sampling test, or a sampling plan, I should say, of where we were intended to do the testing, the type of testing we would do, as well as the number of tests. And we concluded that we were going to do 34 tests, and we completed the 34 tests. We also did each one of the samples and tested them for more than just arsenic as recommended by the planning board, and we followed the planning board's recommendation to a T. And we've, again, have completed that. We've presented it to the board, and I have our expert to update the board as to the findings and to what our next steps are going to be. The testing was provided by Hoffman Engineering. They were able to do it in the time manner in which we needed it to be done, and so it's been concluded. So of the 34 samples that we're taking, about 10 of those samples did provide exceedance. So there was did provide exceedance. And so that means that essentially what was found exceeds what is recommended, or I should say, what is provided for as being acceptable by DEM. So it's referred to as an exceedant. As a result, that would require the applicant to notify DEM, requires the applicant to perform a site investigation report, and then ultimately a remedial action work plan, all of which the applicant intends to do as part of this project. So with that, unless the board has any questions, what I would suggest is that we hear from Eli from Hoffman Engineering, walk through the samples that were taken, the plan for the sampling, the samples, the lab reports, what was found, and then also describe what the next steps are with respect to that process.
That sounds like a good plan. Mr. Mancini, the board did receive a letter in terms of mailing to each individual's home from a Pamela Lang. It's a 5-page letter with a photograph attached. I don't know if you have.
I've not seen it.
We're going to mark it as an exhibit.
That's
If you'd
fine.
like, I give you the ability to take a look at it.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I can take a look at it. That's fine.
Chairman. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I want to move that the letter and the attachment to the letter be included in the record.
Yes, we're going to mark it as an exhibit. That's what I mentioned. But I want to give Mr. Mancini an opportunity to look at what was sent to us, just being fair to both sides.
Mr. Chair, who obtained this letter?
Excuse me?
Who obtained this?
It was mailed to each member of the board, and certain board members received an email.
The person who mailed it also testified briefly at the last meeting.
She did.
So the planning department doesn't have a copy of this letter?
I don't know if something was separately sent.
Right, that's usually the process is if she had something like this. So the planning department isn't aware of this letter yet either. So we're going to make a few copies.
Okay. It was sent to each of the board members by regular mail. Certain members also received an email copy of it.
Okay.
I just gave them.
Yeah, I don't have a copy of it, so I can't.
Well, that was, I intended for you to have an opportunity
Won't give it to me.
to review it.
But if he wants to make some
We
copies.
got another copy here, Mr. Mancini, if you'd like to look at.
We're going to make 2 copies of that first.
Okay. Should we wait for that before we begin?
I think we should.
Okay.
Yeah, the planning board finally got some.
So identify as planning board exhibit 1,
Is it the planning board exhibit?
because they think it
It's-
hasn't come through the planning department yet. That's why I can't say it's a town exhibit just yet.
Well, it's not the planning board's exhibit per se. It was sent to.
Who's it from? Pamela Lane?
Lang, Dr. Lang's wife, I believe.
Are they a butters?
Yes. So I would mark it as a butters letter.
So I would suggest that you allow us to go forward so we can have our expert testify, and we can deal with the letter at the public hearing section of it or whenever. I don't see why we should wait for that.
Well, as long as council and the assistant planner are ready to go.
Yeah, I'm fine letting the applicant proceed.
Okay, I thought you
have
wanted
no
to put the
idea what the
brakes
letter
on it.
says yet either, so.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, whatever it is, we'll add it to the record. It's not part of our application.
It's a statement similar to,
Yeah.
I think, what we heard from the abutter when she was here, maybe a little bit more detail.
I'm assuming the assistant planner has read the report that you provided.
I would hope so,
Also, yeah.
yeah.
Me too.
I know you're expert with
It was sent in the package.
Yes, it was, yeah.
So that report was submitted to the town. It was also submitted to the town's expert. Town's expert has the report.
Okay.
Our expert's here to testify about that report. I think that's the proper
I agree.
procedure.
Yeah, I agree.
He's back.
Thank you. So I'll have Eli from Hoffman Engineering go through the report.
Before you begin, if you can state your name, your address, and then I'll swear you in.
So I'm Eli Salisbury with Hoffman Engineering, 640 10 Rod Road in North Kingstown.
Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Eli, E-L-I, last name Salisbury, that's S-A-L-S-B-E-R-R-Y. It's a weird way of spelling it, no I's, no U's. Do you mind if I plug in to the computer?
Sure.
So again, I'm Eli Salisbury with Hoffman Engineering. We got involved with the project after Sage Environmental and after what I understand was the last town meeting. There was a point that was brought up where the town had requested that additional samples be conducted in accordance with a policy memo, and then that policy memo was provided regarding open space, which gave guidelines as to certain number of samples to collect based on the acreage of the property, how deep the samples were going to be taken, and what to analyze the samples for. So when it comes to sampling frequency, the guidelines say you have to take 16 samples for the first 5 acres, and then 1 additional sample per additional acre. The historically orcharded area was about 22 and a half acres. So rounding up and using those guidelines, that's how we came up with the 34 samples. How we chose the locations was if you divide the acreage by the 34 samples, it comes out to about 2/3 of an acre per sample. So not that the grid lines are on this figure, but we had provided a proposed sampling map to some of the members and to Lakeshore showing approximately 2/3 acre squares or rectangles, however it ended up working out, with one of the sample locations per square. Generally, they were at the center of the square. However, there was a couple of locations that were skewed. There was a specific request to resample at one of Sage's locations where there was a very close dieldrin concentration to the residential direct exposure criteria. I think that was SE 103. And then otherwise, the 2 samples in the southwestern side, we wanted to skew them slightly closer to the southern property line due to the historic use of the property and making sure that they were in the oldest section of the site. So how we got to this point is Sage had conducted a phase 1 environmental site assessment and recognized that historic use of an orchard is a recognized environmental condition. The reason being is the historic use of pesticides or herbicides, and those typically stick around. If it's a cuprous arsenate or a lead arsenate, you could have potentially elevated lead or arsenic in the soil, and then other pesticides like chlordane or dieldrin. So when we collected our samples, in accordance with the policy memo, we collected them from 0 to 1 foot below grade using a hand auger. which slightly differs from how Sage had collected them. Sage had collected them from 0 to 2 feet below grade. So the 0 to 1 foot gives you a better chance of not diluting the sample via the 1 to 2 foot below grade area. The pesticides, unless they were deliberately mixed in or buried in some way, they're higher concentrations at the surface, and they get to be lesser as deeper as you go. So usually 0 to 1 foot is pretty sufficient for at least an initial sampling round. Every sample was submitted for pesticides, lead, and arsenic, and on the figure, it shows the dieldrin concentrations for each sample and the arsenic concentrations for each sample. The reason being is because at least one sample had an exceedance for dieldrin and at least one sample had an exceedance for arsenic. None of the samples exceeded for lead. So why include it on the figure? And what we found is, what makes sense to us is that the oldest parts of the site that had been used as an orchard typically were the samples that exhibited elevated pesticides, the dieldrin and the arsenic. And this is a 1951 to 52 aerial photograph of the site and the surrounding area, showing the site, our sample locations, and as you can see in the southwestern corner of the property and the northwestern corner, you can see those darker dots indicating either some sort of fruit trees or shrubbery or something to that effect when it was being used as an orchard. More recently, a larger footprint had been covered by those types of trees, but this is just an example as showing the oldest parts. So at this point, we now know that there's soil exceedances at the site. Typically, it's a direct exposure issue. The contamination doesn't necessarily volatilize and create a vapor issue, and typically it doesn't leach into the groundwater either. DEM doesn't have leachability standards for dieldrin or arsenic, and I believe the development's going to be on all municipal water either way, so it's not as big of a concern. But the next steps for our client would be preparing a release notification to DEM and checking the box to follow the site investigation report and the remedial action work plan step. So what we need to do before preparing a more formal remedial report is more than likely to do another round of investigation and try and better determine where those exceedances are. So potentially splitting the difference between a dirty sample and a clean sample to see if it's gone into that middle ground or not. And then we'll have a better idea as to what exact footprint has issues or doesn't have issues. And there's a couple of different ways that they can deal with the contamination. You can either dig it up and dispose of it at central landfill, or DEM allows you to encapsulate it on site in some manner via a 2-foot or equivalent environmental cap. And I don't know if you know or not, but that consists of either 2 feet of clean pre-tested soil overlying the contaminated soil, or if you want a less thick cap, you can use 1 foot of clean pre-tested soil over a geotextile, like an orange demarcation barrier. That way if somebody's digging and hits it, hopefully they stop. Or if it's under a building slab or pavement or concrete sidewalks, they usually like to see 3 or 4 inches of that hardscape overlying 8 inches of aggregate base. But in that instance, you don't have to have a demarcation barrier because you already have that hard surface that you're encountering to begin with. More than likely on this site, it'll end up being a combination of those two, excavation or removal of some areas and then encapsulating other areas, all depending on where buildings are going and ultimately what the development's going to end up being. I welcome any questions.
The elevated levels of dieldrin and arsenic, once that was determined, that triggers a responsibility of the landowner with DM, is that correct?
Yes.
And what is it called? It's a hazardous, what does DM call it?
The release notification.
In the terms for hazardous waste apply.
Hazardous materials release notification.
So this is considered hazardous material by DEM in that the requirements, regulations to deal with it are triggered.
Yes, but I want to be very careful about calling it hazardous versus non-hazardous. So this would be considered by definition, a non-hazardous material, because a quote-unquote hazardous material like gasoline or something, you have to meet certain criteria where it could flash. That doesn't mean it's clean. So it exceeds the direct exposure criteria, but
What's the title name once it's triggered? What is that?
it's a contaminant.
But it's called hazard, you got to comply with DEM.
They're remedial
Hazardous
regulations.
waste, right?
Yes,
That's what this is all falling under.
yes, they're remedial regs. Yep.
Dieldrin, and I don't know if this is within your purview or not as an engineer, but it's a known carcinogen, is that correct?
Yes, I would certainly imagine so.
Okay, and again, we might be far in a field from your professional role, but as an engineer, are you educated in the potential effects of dieldrin as a carcinogen in terms of direct exposure with people?
Not the direct effects as to what certain cancers it may cause, but I'm familiar with how they would set the direct exposure standard.
Yeah, I'm more concerned about what the effect is to contact with an individual, given it's a known carcinogen. Is that beyond your field?
Yes.
Okay, and that's fine. That's a fair enough answer. My understanding is that once the elevated sampling comes back from testing, such as this, the elevated dieldrin, the elevated arsenic, notice is sent to DM. Has that been done yet?
Not yet. I'm putting together the paperwork.
Okay, any particular reason why not yet, or?
Not necessarily.
Okay. What do you expect is the next step once notice is issued to DEM?
They will issue a letter of responsibility.
Okay.
And what that is DEM will assign the project a site remediation number. And it's a relatively boilerplate letter, but they essentially will say XYZ company owns parcel XYZ, and the DEM recognizes that a release has occurred and that the company is responsible for doing something about it, putting together a remedial plan and investigating further, something along those lines.
Am I correct? It's significant enough that DEM also requires notice to be given to abutters about the release?
Yes, that's the same with any site remediation project.
Okay. After DEM issues their notice, after you put them on notice, abutters are notified?
Yes.
And then does DEM request a plan from you folks or the applicant or owner for remediation?
Yes, but there's steps in between that as well. So after the letter of responsibility, you have pre-site investigation public notice letters that go out to the abutting properties. You put together a proposed site investigation work plan, which talks about how your next round of investigation is going to go, what you're going to sample for, how deep you're going to sample. Submit that in to whoever the project manager is at DEM. They review it. They either give comments or they approve it. And then you conduct the work. And following that, you prepare the site investigation report, which the SIR, for short, summarizes everything that was done up until that point and states all the facts that everybody knows, and it provides 3 proposed remedial alternatives, noting a preferred alternative. One's no action, which is obviously isn't preferred. One would be, entirely excavating and disposing of the material, and you give, pros and cons against it. It fully cleans up the site versus the cost of the disposal, or usually it's some middle ground of disposal and encapsulation in certain areas.
Has Hoffman and/or yourself been involved in a similar type of remediation
Oh, yes.
requirement?
Yes.
In that regard, when DEM has a pesticide such as dieldrin or arsenic, what is it?
Arsenic?
Arsenic, thank you. From your experience, does DEM in part make their determination how to remediate depending on the use of the particular parcel? For example, in this particular parcel, the applicant would like to build where people, children could be living and playing. There could be a vacant lot that's not going to be used, or a commercial application that is not likely to have many individuals around. From your experience, is that a factor in terms of what testing that DEM is going to want to have done and what the ultimate plan is to remediate?
Unless it is, like you said, unless it stays as a vacant lot and the intent is to never develop it and to restrict access, then typically they usually make you sample for the same things and remediate it in a similar manner. Because in DEM's eyes, unless the material is leachable, and I can get into that too, it's either you have an exceedance or you don't. So if you have an exceedance, you either have to remove it or you have to encapsulate it.
The testing that you've seen after a notice has triggered further investigation into the hazardous waste criteria or the analysis, from your experience, is the testing generally more involved than what has just been done this past August?
Yes, it's sometimes. We've had situations where DEM is required that we test for everything that they have a standard for. And we've had instances where we test for only the specific contaminants of concern based on how the site was used.
How about the sampling methodology? In this case, 1 foot samples?
Yeah, if the intent is to try and remove soil from a certain area, DEM may want to see a deeper samples from a specific location.
Because, I didn't mean, go ahead, then I'll follow up when you're
Sure,
done.
just to supplement whatever the preferred alternative is.
Because in this case, sampling was done 1 foot because historically this type of pesticide is more likely found in the 1 foot and above.
Yes.
But that does not mean that it's 1 foot to 2 foot, found 1 foot to 2 foot.
Right. Yeah, no,
So further testing might require deeper sampling, et cetera.
yes. Right, we have no direct data from 1 foot to 2 foot below grade or deeper.
Questions of the board members?
If you don't,
Yeah, go ahead.
there is more of the process that you have to follow as well. So after the site investigation report, there's additional public notice letters that go out, a post-site investigation public notice, and then DEM issues their remedial decision letter saying that generically the preferred alternative is approved. And then after that's issued, then you prepare your remedial action work plan, which that really gets into the actual details of that preferred alternative. And then once that's approved, then you have the green light to start from their section.
Chairman,
Go ahead.
is the remediation plan that eventually will be required dependent upon the amount of the contaminant found at the site?
Do you mean from a concentration standpoint or a
Yes.
square footage?
From a concentration standpoint?
Not necessarily in this instance, because there aren't, DEM doesn't have upper concentration limits for dieldrin or arsenic. So again, in DEM's eyes, it's relatively black and white whether there's an exceedance or not an exceedance. It doesn't matter as much how much of an exceedance you have.
So in other words, the three plans that you talked about, doing nothing, encapsulating or removal, okay, it's under DEM's purview to make that particular decision as to what's going to happen.
Right, ultimately, they're the one driving the bus. In the site investigation report, we note what our preferred alternative is,
Yeah.
but they ultimately are the ones that have to review and agree with it. And then in addition to that, the remedial action work plan gets prepared, which more details that preferred alternative. And again, they have the chance to review and approve it and comment.
Right. In these types of situations, your company has dealt with this in the past, am I correct?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Do you have any idea on timeframes as far as how long this process will take place?
At least a couple of months. And I can't really get more specific to that because as bad as it sounds, it really depends on who you get at DEM for a project manager, where they can get back to you quickly, or they can take a month to get back to you. And on my side, I don't really have any recourse as to, you can keep bugging them, but it doesn't necessarily mean they automatically get back to you.
Thank you.
Other questions of board members?
You mentioned that in the state it's in right now, it's not a vapor hazard.
Right, it doesn't volatilize and create an air issue. But that's not to say that if the site was entirely mowed or it was being mulched and you're in this dry period, ingestion of dust over an extended period of time would be an issue.
All right.
That's where the encapsulation method comes into play, where they want to make sure it's buried so people aren't regularly being exposed to it at the.
So during remediation, if you're actually removing the soil, there's potential for that. Okay.
Yeah, although standard construction techniques, soil wetting, construction entrance, washing your hands before eating or drinking, brushing your boots off, that's all relatively standard
Okay.
for this type of work.
Thank you.
The purpose of the notification to abutters under the DEM once the notice is triggered, do they participate? What's the purpose of that?
They have the opportunity to, absolutely.
Through DEM?
Yes, they would contact
At a
the DEM.
level?
Yes. So the pre-site investigation letter, again, is based on DEM's template that you can find on their website. You just fill in your information. It generically says, additional investigation is going to happen at this property. The site investigation report is anticipated by, whatever month and year. And, basically stay tuned. And following the preparation of the site investigation report, DEM, if they agree, they say you're allowed to issue your post-site investigation public notice letters, which slightly more details the site investigation report. And by law, it allows a 2-week public comment period after that's issued, so that any abutters or anybody that got the notice, the town will end up getting the same abutters notifications. That way they can contact the project manager, they can get copies of the reports, or if they have any comments, questions, concerns, they can raise them at that point.
Any other questions of the board members?
Mr. Chair, could you just explain the leachability, because you said you were going to address that also?
Oh, sure. Yes. So if we were dealing with petroleum or solvents, DEM has, if you were to have rainwater rain on it, or if it was in an infiltration area or something to that effect, it could leach into the groundwater and impact the groundwater. So between the direct exposure criteria and DEM's leachability standards, those would be certain criteria that cleanup would have to meet. In this instance, there's only direct exposure standards. They don't have leachability standards. And dieldrin and arsenic aren't really known for leaching either way. And there's also no groundwater standards for those compounds either.
Thank you. All set.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if you want to hear from your expert at this time, it would make sense.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, we have the peer review expert, Dave Haysbrook, here also. If you have any questions for him, he can come forward. I think he's probably going to say, Mr. Salisbury summarized the report pretty well, but if he has anything.
Does anyone on the board have any questions of, no? No.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So essentially, our plan is to do exactly what Mr. Salisbury's indicated, and that is to give notification to DEM to then proceed with the SIR report, and then finally prepare a remedial action work plan, which would be acceptable to DEM, and then proceed. So with that, we believe that we have provided everything that the board needs at this point. With respect to this issue, we think that the appropriate way to handle it would be for a conditional preliminary plan approval, subject to our remedial action work plan to be submitted at final, and kind of bring that into a loop. Because there's nothing outstanding. We have our DM permit for stormwater, we have our RIPD's permit, we have our PAP permit from DOT. That's all been peer reviewed. The only outstanding issue was the question of sampling and the question of environmental, and we don't think that this issue is insurmountable.
It's a significant issue, though.
We don't even think it's a significant issue. The importance of it is that it's been discovered. It was probably going to be discovered at some point. Now the question is how do we handle it? And it's not insurmountable. It's subject to a remedial action work plan. And the body that is going to determine that is the RIDM. It's within their purviews. Our obligations are going to be to them, and we have to satisfy those regulations and those requirements before we can begin construction.
Has there any thought been given to withdrawing the application, doing the testing, and just seeing what happens with the testing, and then?
No, because, look, we did 34 samples. That is an extensive amount of testing. The SIR report is not going to be much different. As you heard from Mr. Salisbury at Hoffman, we think that process of completing the SIR report and also the RAP is probably going to be a couple of months. It's all going to be dependent upon how fast DM can respond to it.
Yeah, but we don't know what the end result's going to be. And
But
it triggers a hazardous waste response.
It doesn't. Well, it's different. There's two types of hazardous waste. There's solid waste. There's a really.
It's some type of.
There's a substance. There's a contaminant. There's no question of that. It requires us to go through a process. We're not denying
carcinogen,
that.
though.
It's a carcinogen, but but it's better to do something than to do nothing.
Of course.
And there are three options. One is to do nothing. Is to simply identify the spot, fence it off, and work around it. That's not preferred. That's not what we intend on doing. The second option is probably going to be the one that is going to be applied ultimately once we go through the SIR, which is a combination of capping and removal. It may, in this case, depending on where the additional testing falls, there may be complete removal as we go through and put in our foundations and as we do our site work and as we do the amount of groundwork or site work that's going to be done on site. And that's going to be all collaborated with DEM. So we don't see it as a hindrance at all. We see it as just another process, another point in the process, the last point, and one that can only be addressed by DEM.
Thank you. Is the public hearing still open?
Yes.
Will you complete? I didn't mean to.
Yeah, no, I'm good. Yeah,
You good with all your witnesses?
I'm good with all our witnesses. I'm ready to essentially, as they say in court, rest
Okay.
and go from there.
All right. It's 6:46. We want to reopen the matter for public hearing. Anyone that has an interest, please come forward, state your name, address, and then I'll swear you in, please.
Matthew Faig, 247 Old County Road. FAGU, thank you.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do, sir. Dialgen, just doing a quick look on it, stores in breast tissue. It's a carcinogen, high rates of breast cancer and breast cancer deaths. Might seem like a little matter here, whether you encapsulate it or not. What's to keep somebody from digging a little bit deeper in the soil once they live on the property? The dust, the mitigation when they are talking about wetting it, maybe when they are start construction to keep the dust down. But the real question here is I'm, again, just inquisitive as far as why was that a hemp field there? Nobody decided to try to grow corn there or peaches or apples. Again, in the very near past future, we're talking about the 1950s and whatnot. I think the gentleman, Mr. Salisbury from Hoffman, did a way better job than their last expert that was here. I believe Mr. D'Ambra called out for not having proper information, if I'm correct. Peer review did an excellent job. Thank God for peer review overlooking some of these projects. But I think the fact that there's carcinogens there is quite damning, whether it's in the first foot of the topsoil or not, or if it's even deeper. We know that the house across the street, they attempted or did remediate their property. We have witnesses here today that testified to that. The arsenic, same thing. If that was a hemp farm, what did they do with the hemp when it left? If they did CBD products or anything, oils-based products, soaps and stuff like that, dieldrin and I think arsenic stays in that because it filtrates that, but then when you use the hemp later on, there's toxicity in the hemp. So here we have contaminated property, somebody grew hemp on it, where'd the hemp go? I appreciate you looking into this, the seriousness of it, and I think you got a little bit of work cut out for you in deciding what you're gonna do with this, but I think right away, I think public safety is number one, and everybody's health's at stake here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If you could state your name and address, then I'll swear you in.
Rich Feely, 19 John Street.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do. F-E-E-L-E-Y. Richard. Well, I was looking at the records from the initial presentations that the applicant made, and one of them that was made was that there was no contamination. And this thing sailed through based on that assertion, which really never should have been made. And then incrementally, we've come to find out, and not to anyone's surprise, there is contamination. And that tells me two things: that this is not a good application, should never have been brought forth, but the time is here and now to take action to stop it. Only because it's the right thing to do, not just because it serves anyone's particular purpose. And I also think that tonight's hearing, there probably should have been a renotice after the delay. There's probably a lot of people, if you look at the records for when this first went, there were maybe 30, 35 people that testified on the record. Their information's in the decision. Those people haven't been back. Now, it's not because they don't care.
Yeah, well, we give people notice after every hearing about the fact that when there's a continuance, so if they were present, they should know.
So they're getting a certified letter?
No, there's no requirement for multiple certified letters.
But can you see where this application's been around for 2.5 years, that those people deserve maybe hey, you might want to put your nose back in this, because it's not only what you didn't want before, it's worse now that it's proven that there's contaminated soils there. So it's just, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and also people with an interest, if they follow it and check on the website or check with the town,
Right,
it's
but
a
after
two-way.
a couple of years.
It's a two-way, it's a two-way, the board, we try to do the best we can with what we have within reason.
Right.
But appreciate your comment.
But that's, that is something to be considered, because like I said, with the soil, and the other thing, talk about options of how to deal with these contaminated soils. How about not distributing it at all, in the sense that put a single-family home there and you won't have to worry about arsenic blowing in the air and affecting children and such like that?
I think they got to deal with it once it's triggered the test. They got to deal with it one way or
They're
another.
going to deal with it, but you also don't have to disturb the soils. And to me, I don't think it's makes business sense. At one point that was discussed, is this financially feasible? I mean, between bringing utilities down there and cleaning up this contamination, theoretically it's not. So it's almost where they should withdraw the application and start over and get on an even footing with the town and the people in the neighborhood. So, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. You can state your name and your address, then I'll swear you in. Your name again, sir? I think you whispered it to the court reporter.
Oh, I'll repeat it, pardon me. John Tucker, 3 James Street, Greenville, Rhode Island.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, sir.
Go ahead, sir.
You know, you can put lipstick on a pig, but it's still a pig. And this is not a good project. Now, most people in the audience know it. I think in your hearts, you folks know it too. There's been a lot of discussion. I'm not going to go into it all again. Everybody's heard it. You folks have a fiduciary duty as members of a committee, a planning committee. It's a tough job. I would not want it. But you have a duty to act in the best interest of the citizens of Smithfield, present and future. I strongly feel this project should not go forward on a condition that the problem be fixed. I think this has to be clearly addressed, and we should err on the side of caution, if anything, for the future benefit of people not yet born. I am in opposition to this project. Thank you.
Thank you. State your name and your address.
Francis Boyd, 14 Sprague Street, Greenville, Rhode Island.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. First of all, I'd like to say, I want to say thank you to you, Mr. Deanna, because you and I are the ones who did the research and found out that their testing wasn't the right testing. They only did a small amount of testing, and they should have been tested as an orchard. We both brought that up, and I want to thank you, because without me and you, at this point, this wouldn't even have happened. There would have been no knowledge of this problem. So I want to thank you for letting me talk, and I want to thank you for doing the research on this, because there was a mistake made on that, and it was corrected, and we see the end result. This board is a good board. It listens to everything. I want you to understand, all the people here that are understanding, like myself, I want you to understand it's a tough job that has to be done here. It's a legal job, but there's also a moral job that has to be done for this community. You're all going to live here and see all these people. What are you going to do when if you live long enough, you find out somebody got cancer or something over there while you're on? How are you going to live with that when you could have stopped it? Stopping it can still be done. Do not further let this go, like Mr. Mancini says. He's only doing his job. I have no problem with him, something like that. But if you let him have his way and he gets his foot in the door, you're never going to get him out. Once you okay it, and for further knowledge, you've got a problem on your hands because you're giving him vesting into this project. You're not going to be able to get him out. So until you get the information and everything is done, just keep kicking this can down the road and figure out what the right thing is to do. Don't make any hasty decisions. And also, you brought up another point, and I was sitting there, and I want to thank you for. Is there an expert that's been testified of what this does to humans? There's nobody here to tell you what these things will do. Tell us what it will do to humans. I don't know what it'll do. I don't even know if it's a real problem, but I think it should be addressed. Like you said, what are the causes to people on this? Nobody's qualified here to answer that. I'm not qualified, you're not qualified. I think the public should hear what it's going to get involved in on and stuff like that. It's a very, 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 very slippery slope that you have here. I just want to say thank you for letting me speak and stuff like that, but please, do not vest this. Don't let him get in, please, just don't. It won't be good for the community. But once again, thank you. Keep asking questions. There's no such thing as a stupid question. Keep getting more and more and more and more and more and more. Please, for us as the public, we're in your hands. Please. Thank you.
Thank you. If you could state your name, address, then I'll swear you in.
Thomas Lang, Lang, 77 West Greenville Road.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do. And I also want to thank the board for all the work that they've done on this. This has been quite a long thing. I thought the public comment part was over, so I wasn't really prepared in terms of saying things. But the fact that they found all the contaminants there came as absolutely no surprise to us who live next door. My wife has watched them put the pesticides on. I did see in the report that they said it was used in 1930s, 1950s. It was used up till the 2000s. I don't know when those pesticides were outlawed, but he might have had some supplies that he used before. I have no idea. But they certainly used pesticides for a long period of time there. And I think that it is true that we really have to look into how it's going to be remediated before really rushing through with anything. The other issues, that I have a concern with is really the size of the project, which is huge. I mean, this was maybe for 2 lots, maybe for 2 houses, and we're going to have, 70-something units? It's a lot for that area. And all the variances that we are having to overlook to allow such a large development there, I think that really has to be considered before giving this a yes vote. I think also we had concerns with regard to fire safety and everything else. The house across our street did burn to the ground not too long ago. It was a rather frightening thing to watch. And just having one entrance, one exit into this complex of 70-plus units, is a concern. We've also brought out the concerns about the traffic. And I think one of the other issues is that there are also lots of other projects going on, and I don't know if when they do the traffic studies, they combine them all to show what potentially could be, because it's a nightmare just getting out of the street at times. So in my view, I think it's just too big a project for this area. It should get a no vote, or if not, then I think it should be continued because I don't know that we know exactly how the contamination issue would be handled at this time. And I thank you again for all your help. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member of the public would like to be heard? If you could state your name and address, please.
Kathy DeLuca, C-A-T-H-Y, D-E-L-U-C-A.
You swear to tell the, go ahead. Did you?
I'm on Smith Ave, Greenville.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole
Of
truth,
course,
nothing but the truth?
Of course. Again, I have already stated pretty much what everyone else here has said about my opposition to the project. The first thing that I really did not appreciate about the project was all the variances that were allowed for it. I think there's a reason that we have the variances to begin with, and it didn't seem proper that so many of them would be waived for this type of a development. The other thing is the size of the project is just unreasonable to me. For the area that we're in, it just doesn't fit with that area. As far as, if it was a smaller, maybe even half that size, it would be okay, but the number of units is just a little too much for that. And the way it's all clustered on one front of the property, I don't like the spacing of all the units side by side. They're so close to each other. So I just don't like the whole project at all. As far as the land goes with the remediation and all of that, I don't know if the testing encompasses the full amount of land for the project or just the buildable area. Do you know that?
DEM's going to have to ultimately make that decision.
Okay, because if it's only for the area that's being developed, now you're opening up that portion of the land to people to be able to walk and go back there and everything, whereas now.
Well, I think it's the 4 corners, but where DEM tells them or agrees, it's up to their purview.
Okay. So pretty much that's all I have to say, but I do thank you for your time and your efforts on, bringing this forward. So.
Thank you. Any other members of the public that'd like to be heard? If you can state your name and address, please.
Ed DeMayo, 75 Whipple Road, Smithfield.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes. Ed DeMayo, I don't know much about the project, and I'm listening to this gentleman, Salisbury, talk about digging up the stuff. I think Orchard Gate, when the farms were there, had a lot of DDT. And that whole area had to be the soil. If they're gonna, first of all, like this lady just said, so many units, I would disagree with all those units. Where the other gentleman said there were 2 single-family houses. You want to put 7, that in itself is like bizarro world. And then if anybody has to go forward with something, I would hope the DEM that we're speaking of would say all the soil has to be removed, like this yellow one too, where the yellow building was. I believe that soil from contaminants of mills had to be removed as well. I would just, not being on that end, but I still would ask that the board would listen to the residents of the town. It is a rural town. We don't want to see it overrun with all these units closed in. We got the school, that's gonna be so many single one-bedroom. Then we're gonna have 44, where that school is. That's gonna be so many. I think that we have to look at the soil regardless, very good speaking from Mr. Solberg, the engineer, and the different levels of contaminants. There's still contaminants. And if they have to let them spend a lot of money to take all that soil out, so to discourage them from going forth with this project. I think a few single families are better. I know that 10% foolishness that they're trying to put in, but all I'm asking is for the board to please listen to the residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member of the public that would like to be heard, please come forward. No one responding. Public hearing is closed at 7:05. Any final comments, Mr. Massey? And did you have an opportunity to review the letter from the applicant?
I did, but before I comment on that, I just want to bring Salisbury up to just add a few additional points based upon the public comment.
Yes, thank you. One of the first questions was what prevents somebody from accessing the soil if it's been encapsulated? If there is residual contamination on a site that ends up getting encapsulated, DEM requires an environmental land usage restriction. So that's a document that gets recorded in the land evidence records. That way it follows the property. And that says that there is whatever known contamination, here are the bounds. Either you give GPS coordinates or it's a survey that's done. And then that way that area and disturbance of that area is prohibited. And there's also the requirement to do annual inspections. And then that way, an environmental professional, certifies every single year. It's the same thing, no new developments happened, and, gives recommendations if there's signs of erosion or if there needs to be seeding or fertilizing to help stabilize the soil. They can do it at that point too. And then there was a question for the size of the sampling versus the size of the site. The sampling that was done was within the footprint that had historically been used as an orchard. The eastern side of the property, at least to the best of everybody's knowledge, that had never been used as an orchard. So we were looking in the most likely place to find something.
Do you expect the sampling that's going to be needed with the DEM investigation to be more involved than what has already been done?
They're definitely going to require additional samples, and they may require sampling of different types of things as well. Again, it depends on the project manager, and it's up to them what they end up requiring.
Thank you.
And I had a question, Mr. Chair, just to follow up, because you said every year there has to be a review.
Yes.
My understanding is this is going to be some type of, I'm not sure if the owner is going to maintain the property or if this is going to be deeded over to a homeowners association. Who handles addressing if there are problems? Is that something that has to be in HOA documents with HOA fees? Or is that something, if Attorney Mancini may know more of that, handled by if the current owner continues to own the property?
Yes, if the current owner continues to own the property, it's the owner's responsibility. Or if it gets handed over to a homeowners association, then it would be the homeowners association's responsibility. And if you don't do them, DEM sends notices to conduct them, the inspections that are.
Well, that was my next question, is how does that get remedied? So DEM comes in and says, we need this done. The HOA says, we don't have enough money to fix this right now. I don't know what to tell you. What's the next step? I know I can put stuff in town documents that allows the town to move forward and do it, and I can lien the whole property. But the town usually doesn't want to get involved on something like this if it can't. So what's that remedy that takes place then?
Right, usually it takes place between the owning and controlling entity and the state to remedy whatever the potential situation is. If there's an area of erosion, then it would be bringing in extra clean fill and seeding and fertilizing to help stabilize that. And there's
DEM would come in and actually do that if the homeowners association says it can, do you know?
in some instances, they might, but in a lot of instances, they would just threaten fines and say that the value of not doing it is greater than the value of doing it. So say if it's $1,000 to fix it, they could potentially issue a $2,000 fine by not doing it. So that's one of their incentives, if you want to call it that, to stay on top of it. And the more that the inspections are done, assuming they're done annually, which they're supposed to be done, then you're able to catch things quicker, as opposed to if nobody pays attention to it and something potentially happens. So it's easier to stay on top of it. Although you also designed the area in a way to not have those issues. So for example, you wouldn't necessarily encapsulate soil on a very steep slope. Although they would allow it, they would require certain provisions for stabilization. But the best case scenario would be, stabilizing it in a low mound, or if you needed a mound, or in a flat surface, so that way there wouldn't be any sort of apparent, erosion or something along those lines for if stormwater was to run off.
Mr. Chair, I think if the board at some point makes a motion on this from an approval standpoint, a condition should be that in any homeowners association documents that have to be part of final plan, there's some sort of remedies allowed for the town to implement and take care of any of these annual issues that come up and lien the property also and get it done. Because the concern I would have from the town standpoint is the butters know there's a problem, DM knows there's a problem, there's a fine being issued, but who's gonna fix it in the meantime? I'm fine if the homeowners has a fine, but I think in the meantime, the town's gonna get calls saying, what are we doing with this eroded area? So I think a condition of any HOA document should include something like that.
Will there be I'm just thinking out loud, you made me think about it. Is there a disclosure requirement to prospective purchases?
Well, there will be a deeded, recorded document of that specific area of land, almost as if when you deed out open space, you deed out that piece of property. And the homeowners association would own that property collectively.
No, my question is a little different. Prospective purchases, you get a couple that wants to buy a condo and they come to this location, they like the area. It's new construction. Does it have to be, the fact that it was on a hazardous potential waste site, does that have to be disclosed to potential purchasers?
It'll be on the title report also.
Yeah, so if I may, just to follow up, I think there are two
Two different issues. They are, but it prompted prompted me to think about that
They're
because,
kind of combined.
because it's new construction, it's not like a MLS
Correct.
disclosure
Out of
form.
the seller's disclosure form,
Right.
you're fine. But before we get to that point, the issue with regards to the monitoring, once we do a remedial action work plan, the remedial action work plan is going to encompass what we intend to do to remediate the property. And once the remediation is completed and the work action plan has been accepted and approved, and DM has accepted it, that site's no longer considered a contaminated site, depending on what the remedial action work plan process calls for.
No need for further follow-up,
It depends
testing,
what-
inspection.
So it depends what the remedial plan is. If the remedial plan is to basically put a sign on it, says, hey, hazardous material, don't touch, there's going to be some monitoring on there to ensure that the fencing is done properly. But the proposal that we're going to make to DEM with regards to our remedial action will be something that will eliminate or limit significantly the amount of continuing monitoring, because we don't want homeowner associations to be responsible to do any type of remediation or do any, extensive lifting, if you will, with regards to ongoing monitoring. So the remedial plan that most likely will be presented here will be something of a combination of soil removal or soil dilution or capping. So in the areas that we will build that will be capped, will be capped. And that's going to minimize ongoing inspections. With that said, with the condominium documents, we'll also have a process or procedure that if there are any violations of state or city or town ordinances that the association is responsible for, if it's not completed, then it's subject to liens from either DEM or town organizations. That's pretty common, so that's not going to be something that would stick out as a sore thumb, if you would. So we would do that. But my point is that most likely the remedial action work plan that's produced by the applicant is going to minimize any type of monitoring and is going to try to remediate it such that it's completely, go on as much as possible, if you will. With regards to disclosure, once the remedial action work plan's been approved, a lot of this will also be recorded. As you know, one of the other options that the applicant has to remediate is to simply put a land use restriction, record in the land evidence records that says, here's what the restrictions are, here's what we're not doing. And sometimes DM will just accept that. That's kind of in the you don't need to do anything category. That's not what this applicant's going to do. Obviously, we have a proposal in place, but that is in the chain of title, and that usually comes up. But again, in this instance, the chain of title will disclose what's been filed because the remedial action work plan will be recorded, and then that would be followed through. Once that's completed, that should finalize our issue here. But again, that's all part of DM and all part of our project here. We intend on doing.
I just have a question.
Okay. Yeah.
As a practical matter, how likely is it that we could find ourselves in a situation where there's zero residual risk? As a practical matter, is that possible? Or will there be some residual risk after the remediation plan has been executed and concluded?
Well, how the standards are created is a risk-based standard. So typically how they're issued is they set levels such that 1 in a million people have an elevated, risk of disease or an effect from it. I believe DEM is a little bit more stringent, and they do 1 in 100,000. Now, that's not to say that, so the dieldrin standard is 0.04 parts per million. That's not to say that 0.02 isn't necessarily there. It just means that it's at a less enough risk such that the DEM doesn't require any work against it. It's never that there's never anything there. It's just a matter of if it exceeds this certain level of risk.
So that they wouldn't demand more mediation work?
Right, that's their standards.
Right, okay.
So if you're over the standard, they require doing something about it, whereas if you're below the standard, then in their eyes, there's a low enough risk.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Go ahead, John.
Mr. Mancini, you made a point to say that your plan or your wish is that you'll be able to put a remediation plan to DEM that will be acceptable to them. Am I correct?
Right.
There's no guarantees that they're going to accept anything.
No guarantee, that's right.
There's no guarantees that they're going to look at this project and walk away from it and say there's nothing to be done.
Correct.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm looking, the entire spectrum is that
Yeah.
nothing to be done to remove all the soil. Could be anything in between there.
Correct, correct. Yeah,
At this point in time.
I don't know, said another way, all I know is we're going to address the issue. I don't know what
Right.
DEM's going to require us.
Okay.
So DEM may not, we may propose 3 different remedial plans, they may deny all 3.
And they might come back with something else that they
Correct.
want.
Correct, that's exactly right.
Okay,
And
thank you.
Additional testing, we think it could be done in 3 months, it could be done in a year or 2 years. A lot of it's uncertain, but that's the process.
Yep. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, the peer review just had a couple of comments off of my questions to Mr. Salisbury.
He's asking questions, not testifying.
No, he's going to testify. He just wanted to make 2 comments to my questions to clarify what was being discussed.
State your name, address, then I'll swear you in.
Yep. Dave Hasebrook with Lakeshore Environmental, 359 Putnam Pike.
Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do. So I just wanted to comment on 2 things that were said. There was a concern about having money available if some of the engineered controls that are designed to preclude direct contact with these soils that remain on site, you want to make sure that there's money covered to do that. They'll consist largely of building slabs, concrete walkways, asphalt driveways, roadways, and landscaped areas. But if there's, over time, asphalt can crack, it'll be full of cracks, and DEM will require that to be sealed. Eventually, it might need to be repaved. So it can get into money over time when those controls wear out. So there's mechanisms that are typically required by regulators to make sure that there's money available to make those repairs. It's called financial assurance. It can be a bond, it can be any number of things to just ensure that there's money aside. It doesn't have to be an escrow, but it has to be available to use if the owner doesn't have the resources to do it. Right? That's the first point.
And that's something DEM may require?
They don't typically require that.
Who you're talking about then,
I'm talking about, the concern was raised that if repairs to these caps are needed at some point in the future, what if whoever's responsible for doing that doesn't have the money?
I got you.
So there's a way you can have that assurance put in place. And that would be something that the town would require, not necessarily DEM. DEM would issue a notice of violation if they're not doing it, and eventually issue fines. But if you want to make sure the money is there, that'd be a different mechanism. Right? So that was the first point. And the second, I just wanted to clarify, the applicant's attorney mentioned that they're trying to avoid, they want to do this in a way that they're avoiding future monitoring. And if there's any contamination at all that is left on the site, that requires that environmental land use restriction be recorded. And that necessarily requires that there be an annual inspection. It's called the annual compliance evaluation. It's a checklist of about 7 pages. It can be done by the owner or an environmental professional. And it requires...
Would that include sampling?
No, there's no sampling. There's no testing required. It's simply inspecting the engineered controls that are providing that protection. So, for instance, if 10 years down the road, the asphalt is cracking everywhere and there's weeds growing through it, DEM considers that a potential pathway where there could be direct contact with contamination underneath. So they'd want the cracks sealed or the whole driveway sealed. If it's bad enough, possibly replaced. So, but that'll have to be done every year. And pictures are taken and it has to be submitted. So that's not something that can be deferred at any stage. If it's required as part of the remedy, it'll be needed every year.
Thank you.
If I may just ask a question, just of the engineer. So, and I agree with what he's saying, but my question, isn't the notification and the inspection also dependent upon the type of remediation that is provided? For example, if there's total removal, do you think DM would still require annual inspection of the property? That's one example. Or the other way to remediate too is to remove a foot and then put a geogrid or a capping. And that, in that instance, do you think that DM would also still require annual inspection of those areas?
So it all boils down to whether there's any contamination left on the site. So you can remove 99% of the contamination, but if there's one little area that still has it, that area still requires an annual inspection.
That's great. Yeah, I agree with that. And so my point is that the applicant is going to submit an application to minimize as much as possible the need for annual inspections if it can do so. If it can't do so, then obviously it's going to be subject to that process. And that is going to be part of a back and forth between the applicant's engineer and DEM as to what we propose to be the remedial action that the applicant's going to take. And also to the extent that it could change the development around a little bit, could change where we intend on putting some paved space, where we intend on putting some sidewalks and other areas, because that could be used as coverage, if you will, or as capping. But again, it's going to be subject to a DEM review with the applicant, and the applicant's prepared and willing to do that.
Thank you. Anything further, Mr. Mancini?
No, other than, at this point, Mr. Chairman, we have submitted everything that you've requested of us. It's been an extensive process, as you know, a good process. I think we have made the project better as a result of the questions asked by the board, as a result of our experts testifying in the peer review. We've had peer review on drainage, on traffic. We've submitted a report from Mr. Pimentel regarding the consistency with the comp plan. The board also had some questions and concerns with regards to school-age children and the number of bedrooms that were being proposed. We presented a report from Mr. Lombardo as to how we were handling that. And I know some of the comments that we've heard throughout this process is the fact that the applicant is seeking a great deal of variances, if you will. But the board is aware of the fact that this is a process which is governed by state statute, specifically 45-53-4, which is a comprehensive permit statute. And that allows us to seek the type of variances that we're seeking and to do the type of things that we would ordinarily not see before this board. There would be requirements of either the town council or the town zoning board. So essentially, when you look at the standards required for a comprehensive permit under the state statute, we've met or exceeded all of those standards. The final issue of the environmental is, again, not something that's insurmountable because, as the board's aware, under the state statute, an applicant who seeks a comprehensive permit isn't even required to submit any state agency approvals until final plan. We've done a bit different in this process, as we've given you all of the state approvals that are required at preliminary plan, but for what we have found now, which is this DEM, contaminant, toxic, hazardous, however you want to term it, but an item that needs to be addressed by DEM. And our position is that we will address it by final plan. So we think we're prepared to move to the next stage. We want to move to the next stage. We're asking for an approval of our preliminary plan, and we're acceptable to a condition that it be subject to DEM approval of our remedial action work plan, and that the same would be submitted at final plan. Again, as you know, part of this process, the applicant has to come back at final plan. We're not asking for it to be done administrative. We think that it's appropriate for the board to review it again, see if there's been any changes as a result of DM's look at the environmental. But we know that based upon what we have received as far as approvals are now, that there will be no changes as far as stormwater and as far as PAP permits. So we've done our best to ensure that all of the information you've received has been complete and has been comprehensive. This applicant is prepared to move forward and to do what it's obligated to do with your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. I think public hearing's closed, Mr. Boyd.
can ask questions on, because you opened it back up and you went back out before, so I can ask questions on what.
We will ask our legal counsel to respond to that question.
No, public hearing's closed.
Public hearing is closed. According to the solicitor, no.
Those comments after the public hearing was closed simply to clarify some issues that the board had. Unless you're going to specific, there's no need for a further public comment on the matter. It was to clarify, the peer review clarified some things, the engineer cleared some things, and the attorney has the right to summarize his end.
What's that, Mr. Boyd? Yeah, what do you say to that? There was new evidence.
New evidence was brought in by him, yes. I'm not a lawyer, but to me, that's common sense.
I don't believe there was evidence brought up
We had the peer review testify.
regarding a question over
About
financial. That wasn't evidence, that was to discuss a possible,
Well, it was testimony.
to address a condition.
It was testimony.
You can have him speak, or reopen the public hearing. I think you'll have a problem.
I just want to add one point. From the applicant's standpoint, just for the record, Mr. Boyd was a former participant in this project. He was a former board member, and he's testified since he's left his position on the planning board. And I'm very confident that the law doesn't allow him to speak before this board for a period of 1 year, especially on this project that he sat on. So I just want the board to be aware of that. I'm okay with open transparency, and I'm okay with public hearing, but I just have to make that.
Do you object to him?
It's not my purview. That's up to the board. If the board wants to hear from him, that's fine, but I just want the board to be aware of the fact that I think he's prohibited from making comments on it.
As I understand, there's an ordinance that allows any public comment on any matter. So I'm going to allow you to speak in that regard, but not as part of a public hearing. All right? 1 minute.
I have to swear myself in?
No, because it's not open public hearing.
My concern.
This is pursuant to the ordinance allowing public comment.
Thank you. I would like this board to look into the concern and maybe the obligation of a bond, because from what I just understood like that, there could be some big problems here if they run out of money, and then the town's gonna be left with a cleanup, AKA Oak. We had to repave things, the developer went under, we had to repave it, money came out of taxpayers and stuff like that. So my point about that, what he brought up, yeah, we could have a financial problem. We could have a toxic Billy Davis meltdown over here. It's going to cost a lot of money. So I think legally they should be held a bond. If they're so confident in all this kind of stuff, then have a bond for a period of time to make sure what's going on. And as for concrete covering toxic waste, sidewalks have little indentations in them so they can crack and seal and open up. They're made to expand and fall apart. So if you're going to cover toxic waste with a sidewalk, you're going to have a problem with that because they're made to breathe and open up and down. They're not made. So I'm just saying.
That's part of the prior testimony.
No, I'm just saying, they make comments, suppose this and suppose that, okay? So what I'm saying is suppose there's a problem. So why not have a bond? This bond could be a very useful thing for this town to have.
Thank you.
That's all I'm saying. Finding as a taxpayer, I think a bond would be appropriate.
Thank you.
And thank you for being an American, and I want to thank this board for letting me speak. I might seem like I'm nuts, but I live here, and I don't want to pay any more money than I have to in problems.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Mancini, you rest?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. No further evidence?
No.
Any discussion by the board?
Yes, I have something, a couple things. Because of the density of this project right at the front of the property, and if I'm understanding correctly, they're allowed them a certain amount of units because of the size of the property. Is that is that true?
In a way, yes.
So it just seems kind of contradictory, because to me, that idea exists because it would imply that units are being spread out through the property. And that now, and we have everything concentrated in the front. That's one of my negatives about the design of it, that all these units are crammed in the front because they can't put them anywhere else. So that's just one comment about the design versus, what they're allowed versus where they can put them. It just doesn't isn't complementary. The other one is, comment was made about Mr. Pimentel saying that the comp plan this is consistent with the comp plan. If I recall properly, at least majority of us didn't feel that way when he was testifying with that. And I remember making comments to that. And just because he made that statement doesn't mean it is. So I'd just like to state that, because I don't think it is consistent with our comp plan. And another thing is there any reason that it wouldn't be wise to find out what the remediation plan is before there's any next move?
Well, that's why I inquired whether they wanted to withdraw the application and do what they need to do with DEM, depending on the results come back. The applicant chose not to go that route. They want to go forward with the application.
Yeah, because it's clearly a significant remediation in whatever form it takes. And I think all of us have an opinion about whether it's capped or whether it's removed or whatever's done. So I think that's important.
Any other comments, discussion of the board?
I think it's important to consider what we used to call in the Army residual risk after your mitigation measures have been taken. All we're talking about in a remediation plan is a scientific risk assessment with a remediation plan. And it would be great to see if we can end up with zero risk, or if there is some residual risk after those remediation measures are taken, and if so, how much residual risk? That's all. Thank you.
Anyone else?
What I heard tonight bothers me a lot, simply because the testing that was done, in this last round, identified contaminants in the soil that need to be addressed by DEM and the owner of the property. I think it behooves us as a board to look at this type of a project and look for, in fact, what a remediation plan will be in order to properly make a decision as to whether or not we should approve a plan like this.
Anyone else like discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, like Joe had said, the information that we got tonight is troubling. Given that there's a chart here on page 3 of 4 of the concentrations, and acceptable concentration is 0.04. There are levels, there are 10 sites or samplings that exceed that, some to 0.87, not 0.087, but 0.87. Again, the maximum is 0.04. So again, that is the highest, but there are 0.488 there. So there's significant amount, and like the testimony said, these samples were done on 2/3 of an acre, roughly. So what's happening within that 2/3 of an acre and the amount of hazardous waste in this 42 acre parcel, I won't be able to support this going forward.
Any further discussion?
Really, Richard? Oh. Mr. Chairman, the applicant's attorney said something at the beginning of his testimony that kind of caught my attention, and I wish we could play it back right now. But I think he said something to the effect of it would eventually be discovered and dealt with. Not for this board and its peer review and its constant questioning and skepticism, healthy skepticism, scientific and engineering skepticism. I doubt that very much. I think you should all be proud. And that's all I have to say for now.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion or comment? Does anybody have a motion?
I do. With your indulgence. Upon review and consideration of the application, submission of evidence, and the collective testimony of both expert witnesses and the general public, I make a motion based on substantial evidence to deny the preliminary plan application for the comprehensive permit as applied, and make the following findings in support to deny the preliminary plan. The application is, one, not consistent with the comprehensive plan in several areas, and I note the following: land use goals, policies, and action. Land use goal LU1, page 41, planned growth supporting adequate facilities is not based on the application as presented. It does not establish a balance between residential, commercial, and recreational, public facility, agricultural, and conservation land uses that service the current and future needs of the community through the development of sound land use practices. Policy LU-1.1 strive to achieve equity between the costs and benefit of new development. Action LU-1.1A, locate residential developments in neighborhoods in the vicinity of employment and commercial centers, community facilities and services, and transit corridors. Policy LU-1.5, ensure that the residential growth does not outpace the town's ability to provide necessary services and facilities and to provide for public health and safety. Housing, page 70, it does not promote a variety of housing under the comprehensive plan. Goal H-1, maximize the quality, accessibility, variety, and residential structures in neighborhoods. Policy H-1.5, encourage and support optimum location of new housing in terms of its relationships to transportation, pollution control, municipal water and service, education, and other public facilities and services, employment opportunities, and commercial and community services and adjacent land uses. Community and services facilities, page 137. This application conflicts with, excuse me, it'll be over in a minute. Goal SF-3, work to provide the highest quality education for all school-age residents of Smithfield. Policy SF-3.1, work to provide adequate school facilities to accommodate existing and future enrollment with space for associated mandatory programs, and there are a lot of programs. The application does not assist in promoting the highest quality education for all children. The board has pervasive knowledge of our school's student capacity and staffing issues, the cost of adding infrastructure to our schools and teachers, and support for the increased number of children is one that far exceeds projections and plans and is of such concern and needs to be weighed. Circulation, page 230, goal, C-1, provide a comprehensive circulation transportation system that satisfies the need of the traveling public that resides in the town of Smithfield and/or travels to and through the town. This project exacerbates traffic without mitigating impacts. This board notes the knowledge we have, along with the testimony of the public, of traffic in this area and access points of Smith Avenue and West Greenville to Route 44 have become increasingly degraded. Particularly, this application works against the town of Smithfield's policies C-1.3 and action C-1.3A. 2, the application does not comply with zoning, and although it seeks legislated appropriate relief, the application is in conflict with the town of Smithfield's zoning ordinance. Article 12 comprehensive permit section 12.5.31, general conditions. Properties meeting the following general conditions as determined by the planning board shall be eligible for consideration as an LMI project. The property shall be located in or within close proximity to one of the town's existing population centers. 2, accessible to major transportation and transit routes. 3, proximal to community services and amenities. This project is not. This application does not meet these standards. 3, the application does comply or will comply with integrating LMI housing. It does within this proposed development. 4, the application has significant health and safety impacts on the current and future residents, which include questions and issues with the original environmental testing and findings resulting in a peer review. The peer review, which confirmed the board's concerns, made recommendations for which the applicant only then suggested further testing, which further testing was implemented that included areas not previously tested when the board was presented with the original results, and with the applicant's new environmental company, Hoffman Engineering. The results reflect elevated levels of arsenic and endeldrin, concerns with this board had from the outset. Therefore, there are significant health and safety impacts to the residents and public now and in the future. And this testing contradicts the applicant's testimony regarding no health and safety impacts. Also, the board's probative direct knowledge of traffic in this area and the negative impact by adding to a stressed infrastructure dealing with significant traffic in this area. I refer to the circulation element above. 5, there is adequate access to the street, to a street. However, as found in subdivision and land development regulations, section 5, design standards, the planning board has found that this application does not conform with the following design standards, of which the application is requesting waivers from. Subsection 8, dead-end streets, cul-de-sac streets. A, permanent dead-end streets, cul-de-sac streets. This design serves more than 25 dwellings per cul-de-sac and does not provide secondary access, which may be an emergency access of design and location approved by the planning board. There is not a likelihood of connecting to a future street that would provide secondary access. In addition, the design is contrary to goal C-1 of the circulation element. Provide a comprehensive circulation system that satisfies the needs of the traveling public that residents in Smithfield or travels through. Goal SF1, and provides for the worsening of traffic conditions that could result from further development along these roadways. 6, there are not individual constraints to the lots being created. However, the lot being created provides severely limited on-site passive recreational opportunities for future occupants of this housing development. 7, I note that as it relates to elements for a denial under Rhode Island General Law 45-53-4, I find that 3 elements for denial are met, which also is a basis for a motion to deny. The application is not consistent with local needs. The application is not consistent with the comprehensive plan, as mentioned, and the application has not adequately addressed concerns for health and safety.
Second.
Well, the Please wait. All in favor of the motion? Aye.
Aye.
All not in favor? Okay, the ayes have it.
What was that? You put on a clinic.
You guys want to take a 2-minute break? We're going to take a 2-minute break, a 5-minute break before the next matter.
You're right. And we've got to get tougher with this stuff because this whole town's going to be even worse than it is. Yeah. You know, Windsor is the other one. Windsor is another one. You're going to have elderly. That's the worst traffic choke point in town, right there. It is. It absolutely is. They could have picked a better location. They really could have. They could have put Northport where Greenville Farms is, and nobody would have. I don't like that at all. I'm serious.
Other than opening the windows, I think that it's set for the night, because I know after a certain hour that they don't touch it. I'm gonna see if they can open it.
Everybody? Hey, Al, you ready? Al, you ready? Ready? All right. Next matter is 20 Levi Lane, ID 2506, public hearing, major land development master plan, unified development review.
Good evening,
Good
Mr.
evening.
Chairman, members of the board. My name is Hagop Jaharjian. I'm an attorney licensed in Rhode Island with an address of 380 Angel Road, Lincoln, Rhode Island. I'm representing the applicant, Alba Properties LLC, the owner of 20 Levi Lane. The last time that we were here in May, at that time, I had presented evidence in support of our petition, and requested of the board a continuance on the condition that we were engaged in negotiations in purchasing the abutting property. That has gone through. We own the abutting property, and the purpose of that purchase, as the board may be aware of with the exception of Mr. Colavecchio, who was not present at the time, is the stormwater retention pond that we would plan on submitting. I apologize, my engineer was supposed to be here tonight. Due to unfortunate and unforeseen circumstances, they're not going to be here. But the extent of his testimony, if I was to make an offer of proof, would be that what was submitted in terms of a conceptual plan would be subject to a full submission and review to DEM for approval. Based on that, I believe the members have gone to the property, they've looked at it, the plan is before you. I strongly believe that the special use or the special variance application that we have before you is consistent with the comprehensive plan. The property and its intended uses are, the characters are consistent with the comprehensive plan. I would, at this point, respectfully request that the board were to rule and approve conditionally upon DEM approving the stormwater retention plan that we had proposed. And the location, just for background, the location that we had proposed, which purchasing the abutting property assists us, is the majority of the stormwater that is of concern really comes down Levi Lane from Putnam Pike, and where we intend to put the retention pond would alleviate a significant, if not the majority, of the concerns that we have.
Any questions of the board?
Yeah, I have one. The abutting property that would go through to the crossings, do you have any idea if anything's going to happen with that area?
We have no intentions of developing that.
Okay.
Any other questions of the board members before we open it up for public hearing?
And just to remind the board members, if you're going to decide the master plan tonight, this is unified development, so you would be deciding also the zoning aspect, which is for the special use permit to operate the construction, I think it's defined as a construction company, and for dimensional relief on the buildings that are part of your master plan land development project before you.
That is correct.
In your application, or in your package, you should have the application for zoning board review. It would look something like this. So within it, you'll see where it's requesting a special use variance and a special use permit and a dimensional variance.
And if I may just respond to the dimensional variance, I had touched upon that at the prior hearings with regards to the property, the building at the front. I had indicated that that is already grandfathered in, but for purposes of global straightening out of any potential issues in the future, we've included that building for the dimensional variances.
Any other questions of the board? Okay, it's 8:03. We're going to open the matter for public comment. Anyone that would like to be heard, please come forward, state your name and address.
Charles Francis Boyd, 14 Sprague Street.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I hope, thank you. Yes, I will.
Yes.
I'd just like to know a couple of things. I want to start out slowly on it so I don't mess this up. In your package, I don't know if you have realized that this development is in court, going to be in court this Thursday coming up for violations. It's been up for violation. It's been in court multiple times for not doing what it's supposed to be doing, quote unquote, cleaning up the area. I urge you all, before you do anything, to go to the town clerk's office, get this information, look at the photographs, since you all were out there last time. Not supposed to be on this property. Got car carriers over there now. I mean, it's gotten worse. He's not complying. I understand that something has to be done with this property, and I know somebody has to be given something, but I don't think that this person is doing a genuine job of the council's trying to help them. We're trying to help them by giving special variances, and they're thumbing it up our nose by not doing anything. I mean, it's worse than it was before when I went over there. Just look at, you don't believe me, there's like 40 pictures that have just been taken in July.
Who's the party in the court action you're referring to?
The one that's
Is it the applicant?
The applicant.
Alba Properties LLC?
They've been in court numerous times, and they're going back next Wednesday over violations. So how, you're gonna give somebody special, but it keeps going to court, and I don't even know why you don't have this information. It's just, how can this get, how can I, Charlie Boyd, have information that you don't have that I think is very, very, very important about?
One is land use and the other is...
I'm just saying, so you're doing something that's called special. You're trying to help somebody, right? That's what what you're doing here, right? But I don't think this person deserves the help because they're not doing anything that they're asked or required for. And as the runoff, I went down to the zoning and everything and something like that. They tell me they keep flipping the buck back and forth here, that I have to ask you to look into certain things. There's a building there with a retaining wall that's going to fall down and get somebody hurt over there. And then who's going to be responsible for it? The runoff is coming down, quote unquote, from 44. It's running off a little way. Whose fault it is, it doesn't matter, or something like that at this point. Somebody's just got to be addressed. And the water that's running over the asphalt is for the DEM settlement, have the screens put up and the silk fence and stuff like that. Well, after it goes past, because you've been there, it goes past the asphalt, there's a dirt section. So it is getting sediment from the asphalt through the sediment down into the stream. It is, even though it's not their property because it's that they're trying to acquire. But unfortunately, for the people who have that property, they don't even know what's going on over there because I was there the last time and they told me that they weren't going to be using that property. And I see nothing but pictures of oil trucks, car carriers. I mean, it's beyond your belief. Look at these pictures. Before you do anything, investigate this. Take time out, right? See what's going on before you do anything special, and see if you can find if this person doesn't want to do this kind of stuff, find somebody who will. Because I understand there's a toxic problem over there. It wasn't theirs. Whose problem was? They're going to fix it up, blah, 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 blah. But they're not doing it. This is going back almost a couple of years. These people have been in and out of court. It's unbelievable. The clerks, it's this thick in the clerk's office, what's going on over here. It's unbelievable. Take 5 minutes, request the paperwork from the clerk's office and see what's going on. And please have somebody go over there and see while the water is running off, and if it needs silt fence, stop everything, first of all. Let's stop it. Let's see what's going on. and address the retaining wall. There's a tree growing through it, there's a building. Somebody's working in there now, they're working there now. And their reason is they can't get, it's because you won't give them a permit, they won't fix it. I don't understand that. So stop everything, they stop working until everything gets done, and then they get the permit, then they fix everything, and then everything goes on. Why did they get to work there while they're filing for a permit, and their excuse is that you are not giving them a permit to fix it? I don't understand that. That's crazy. It's crazy. I mean, these buildings are illegally been put there. I know he worked on a special package with all these people, and I talked to him about it, and he said to me, well, we're gonna have to get it fixed, and something like that. It's better we let them try and fix it than not do anything at all. Well, I disagree with that. I think we should find somebody that has the idea of fixing it and doing what they say they're going to do. And not just kidding, because it's so far away, they're just doing anything. Look at the pictures. They made a slope on asphalt to load trucks and stuff out. It's beyond, but just, it's beyond belief of the pictures that I saw. The car carrier, what is a car carrier doing down there? You know what I'm saying to you? So please,
I do, but
look at this paper before you do anything. Ask them what they're going to do in court about this matter. And if they're going to keep going to court, we're going to keep letting them work there, right? For no reason at all, just because we're trying and nobody else can do it. And then the reason is they can't do anything is because you ain't giving them the permit.
Mr. Chair, I'll be able to respond
No, I want
to explain things.
Let's Mr. Boyd wrap up, and then.
He's going to explain something, right, that we've got to give them the chance. But how many
Okay.
chances?
We understand. Thank you.
It's ridiculous.
Any other member of the public like to be heard on this matter? Mr. Ursillo.
So when this project initially came before this board, I did update the board at that time in an opening explaining that the matter had been in the municipal court system for quite some time. When we met at the project, I also brought it up then at that time that this has been in municipal court for quite some time. So it's been well aware to this board and to the members of the public who have been attending that this has been in municipal court, so there's no secret there. What I explained to Mr. Boyd, and I've been trying to explain with this project all along, is it's been done in an incremental phase while it's been in municipal court. We're in municipal court in order to attempt people to comply, not to just find them and hold things up. We went through an incremental process to first get this property health and safety-wise. We had fire involved, we held hearings, and we got the property safe, so that if anything happened while this event was continuing forward, fire was aware of it. And that's part of the reason the file is also big. The problematic aspect has been Beausoleil Corporation. They've been non-existent, and I will tell you that. Our tech is here. He shows up at every court matter, and he's there to agree to the fines, and he's there to take the hit every single time. The second part of the incremental process is getting zoning in effect. The town cannot officially provide a building permit in order to inspect these buildings and go through the building code until zoning and all other compliance is in effect. This is the stage that we have been at, trying to get the matter approved or not approved for a special use permit for Beausoleil to be there. When this board makes that ultimate decision on a special use permit for that construction, and it's allowed, say, then we'll be able to go to the next stage for building. If it's not allowed, I will need court remedies to officially get them out of there. So it's moving through that process. So the second part of the incremental process is getting a land development project before the board, which has happened. It takes a while because surveyors take 6 months to get their surveys done and engineers to begin looking at it, and get zoning and master plan. I would say that in terms of this project, if you do grant an approval of the master plan, that in some fashion, we are back here in the next 3 to 6 months for a status to find out where they are in getting their preliminary submission in, because all they have to do is submit to DEM for stormwater drainage, and then they'll be set to go with a preliminary plan.
Thank you. In response to Mr. Boyd, we've been transparent fact that we've been at municipal court was not hidden. The solicitor, in his presentations, made the board well aware of it. I've indicated that. We paid fines, but that issue in itself is a red herring. Within the purview and authority of this board, under Rhode Island general laws, you have to look at the parameters of the application before you. If the fact that this matter is before the municipal court is the basis for a denial, then I will pursue additional remedies that my client has. But with respectfully, my client has spent significant amount of monies in terms of fire safety, life safety, and as the solicitor indicated, we are going in increments and steps that we are allowed to do. We can't just go in and randomly put in all these things and do these things without the board's approval, without fire departments, and the various other agencies in the town as well as the state. Based on that, once again, I respectfully submit that the applicant's application be approved, conditioned upon the stormwater remediation and catch basin in the conceptual plan that we submitted. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the board that, based on those comments? Any discussion of the board?
I do have one question on this survey plan by Richard Leddy, dated January 26, 2024. Did you mention at the beginning of your presentation that you've acquired the land that you need for this detention basin?
The adjoining parcel, which is identified as 0 Levi Lane, was purchased and we closed at the end of June.
At the end of
June 2025.
Okay. Right, and that's, is that part of what's called Global Signal?
That was part of the parcel that was acquired by Global Signal, I believe, 14, maybe longer.
You know, I'm trying to put in my mind, you have the detention basin in this colored in area here.
That's the conceptual plan.
That's the conceptual plan, and so now you have control of that property with that.
Correct.
And that's what's being submitted to DEM for review and approval.
That's what we're going to submit. And when we were here in May, we could have gone forward, but I was not going to mislead the board to say that, you know, we're going to get that property. So I asked for the continuance at that time and represented to the board that we're in the process of acquiring this. And what the primary purpose is using the acquisition of that abutting property to put the catch basin.
And now you have control of that.
We have control of that.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I do want to touch one item that was brought to the board's attention by Mr. Boyd about a retaining wall. Members of the board did a walkthrough. That retaining wall is not our wall. It's not our property. It's in fact, I believe, the abutting elevated strip mall. And we have no control, care, custody. We can't do anything about that.
May I ask just a follow-up question?
Yes.
Okay. So on the survey plan, the retaining wall that you're speaking with, and I do recall seeing it, and some of the other things associated with it. I'm looking at, yes, I'm looking at the plan and it's showing existing, I know I have to go to my optometrist, existing face boulder wall, a boulder wall. Is that the retaining wall that we looked at?
No, the boulder wall was more towards the back end. If you're facing the parcel, 20 Levi Lane, it's at the back end in the left. The
Isn't this
retaining wall is closer.
Is this the area right below where the bank is?
Yes.
So I'm still kind of not clear on where that wall is.
It's in the back of the bank parking lot.
Well, actually, there's also the sub shop. So if you're entering Levi Lane, it's the parcel directly to the left. It's a strip mall up there at the top.
Okay, Pawtucket Credit Union, Smithfield Realty Company.
Yeah.
So that's the retaining wall that we saw.
That's correct.
Okay. All right.
And then the parking lot for the D'Angelo's building?
Yes.
The back parking lot for D'Angelo's building abuts the rear of this 20 Levi Lane.
You understand my concern,
You're
looking at,
confused.
I want to know, in my mind, I want to know where it's at,
Okay.
and I think,
So
I think that answers
if I
it.
could visually walk you into the property. As you come down Levi Lane, our property is to the left. There's the office building, and then you enter the property. So if you park next to the office building, and then you directly start walking to the left behind the office building, directly in front of you is the retaining wall where the D'Angelo's Plaza up above is. That's the retaining wall. That is not our retaining wall.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to have to go with that.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, do we have a motion? No, there was no public hearing was over. Question was, do we have a motion?
Yes. Just
All right.
I make a motion for the approval of the master plan for the Unified Development Review of 20 Levi Lane. And being the unified, that means that the variances go along with that. And there is a condition of the DM approval. And I think that's it.
And I think we're going to put it, if you want to recommend them to return in about 6 months to see where they're at with that, just to keep they'll still be in court along that way, but I'd rather have the board see where they're at with things.
Yeah, so recommendation to return in approximately a 6-month time frame for review.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. All not in favor? The ayes have it. Going to new business. 39 Whipple Road, Sun Builders, ID 2512, minor land development pre-application concept review. So this is not a public hearing.
Correct, just public comment.
For the benefit of the court reporter. And the same is for the next matter.
Good evening again, Mr. Chair, members of the board. For the record, Tim Kane for the applicant Sun Builders, which is the owner of Plat 39, lots 45 and 46. He's proposing to develop 3.63 acres of that property, which is in an R20 1/2 acre zone, into 5 lots. And all the lots will meet or exceed the 20,000 square foot requirement, so we're not asking for any variances on lot size or setbacks. This is not a comprehensive permit. There's no affordable housing. It's not condominiums. It's single-family houses, and frankly, I don't think you've seen a lot of conventional single-family houses, because nobody comes to me for them. And the real reason is, once you go over 6, you got to do 30% inclusionary, and the numbers don't add up. So it's pushing everybody into a comp permit, but I think the town council is working on that, be that as it may. So I would respectfully suggest that this is more in character with that area, and it's kind of more in character predominantly what we see in town, single-family housing. We are proposing a private road to be maintained by a homeowners association. And I'm going to have Brian King, who's the engineer for the project, just run you through a few aspects of it. And we would, on the private road, we certainly don't think we need to do 30-foot pavement to serve 5 houses. So I think the only thing we're going to be asking for relief on is some aspects of the private road. Brian, if you would.
Hi, good evening. My name is Brian King from Crossman Engineering, civil engineer. We're here tonight for a pre-application concept review to review the project and get your input on this project as we move forward. The 5-lot subdivision is currently, it's 2 parcels. Lot 45, which is a 3.3 acre piece, and lot 46, which is 1.3 acre piece. Now, the applicant, Sun Builders, Mr. Lafredo, originally owned lot 45, which was a landlocked piece of land, and it's shown up on the board in the back. It's the parcel that's on the lower part of the screen. That's 3.3 acres. Recently, Mr. Lafredo had purchased lot 46, and the reason was to first do an administrative subdivision to modify the property lines between lot 45 and 46 to allow lot 45, the 3.3 acre piece, to have access to Whipple Road. So this plan here is an existing conditions plan that shows the dash line, which is the existing property line between lot 45 and 46, and then a heavier line, which is the proposed property line around lot 46. Now, lot 46 has frontage on Whipple Road, and it, as you can see, there's an existing house there, and the intent is to maintain that house in the yard and the property within a slightly smaller lot that meets the zoning requirements. After the administration, the administrative subdivision is recorded, the proposal is for a conventional five-lot subdivision shown on the board above. As Attorney Kane mentioned, this subdivision, the intent is to have a private roadway. It's approximately 640 feet long. Instead of a cul-de-sac, we're proposing a hammerhead, which would be sized and coordinated with, for a fire truck or emergency vehicles, and coordinated with the fire department to make sure that this turnaround is acceptable. The homes, this property is in an R20 zone, and the homes are on land that's greater than 20,000 square feet. The proposal is for a single family, 5 single-family homes, 3-bedroom with a garage and a yard. There is municipal water and sewer on Whipple Road, so those will be brought in. We coordinate with the utility companies. And for the subdivision, we would propose a stormwater management system for all the runoff that would be occurring to treat and mitigate the stormwater from the development. This would need to be permitted through the DEM stormwater program and for a RIPTES permit. It does not have to go to wetlands. There are no wetlands within 200 feet as far as we know. And it's not a state road, so we do not need a DOT permit. Now, with this subdivision, there are a few discussion points, I guess, that we could say that may require a waiver that we have noted, and I'd like to go through them now just to put them out front. As Attorney Kane mentioned, the proposal is for a 22-foot wide roadway, private roadway, 22-foot wide with bituminous berm on each side. I believe the standards is 30 feet, but this is not a through road. It's only a local road for these 5 residential homes. There's no intention of extending it or continuing it. So the traffic on this road will be very light, just five homes. Because we only need a 22-foot wide paved roadway, the access strip from Whipple to the main development, it's not 50-foot wide. It's 36-foot wide typically, but it does narrow down to 30 feet at Whipple. And the reason being is we're trying to protect the existing wall and driveway for Lot 46. This parcel shows a hammerhead instead of a cul-de-sac, which we feel makes sense, and we will coordinate this with the fire department. Another item is the town has standards for roadway horizontal curvature. This is not a through road, it's just a dead-end road for 5 homes. So the 175-foot radius is not met. It's 122 and a 78-foot radius, but it's a very low-speed condition. We do not feel that that is a safety concern at all. The last 2 items are really a potential waiver because of the shape of the parcel, how it's orientated off of Whipple. It's on a diagonal. And the location of Whipple Road. Our surveyors have gone out and we've done a boundary survey of this property, and actually the pavement of Whipple Road is not within the center of the Whipple Road right-of-way. It's closer to our property. The aerial doesn't really show it. I'm going to pull up another plan that shows it a little better. I tried to get a close-up of where the proposed private road meets the existing pavement of Whipple Road. And you can see that Whipple Road is very close to the property line. So it's very difficult to turn the proposed private roadway 90 degrees. I mean, we do the best we can, but that property line on the right-hand side, the eastern side of the parcel, it comes in at a 45. So it's not quite 90. It doesn't quite make that 60-degree minimum. It's, it's between 60 and 45, but we try to turn it in 90 as much as possible. And because of the property line and the way Whipple Road is, the pavement radiuses, we have 15 on one side, which is the preferred radius, but we have 5 foot on the eastern side just because we're kind of close to that property line. So those items that I mentioned, and I can certainly refer the standard articles and codes, but those are some of the things that we're working with. But really, it's we don't feel it's an issue because it's only 5 lots, very low speed conditions, and where we're meeting Whipple Road, there's good visibility.
Will that curve keep people going slow?
Oh, well, you definitely want to come to a stop when you're on a road meeting another roadway, so we'll definitely propose a stop sign, and yes.
As you come in, the curve is a traffic control measure itself as far as speed, is that correct?
It can be, I guess. Well, certainly if you're traveling in a westerly direction, and hopefully the vehicles traveling easterly, would be following the speed limits. But, yeah.
It's not a straightaway. I find
It's not a straightaway.
Straightways and subdivisions in Smithfield lead to people speeding, and you don't have that.
Right, right. There's a little curvature to the roadway, and I think, for this small subdivision, I think that's fine.
May I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
So that's all I have. If there's any questions. Catherine?
Question. What is the site distance like where this road will meet Whipple?
Well, I'm sorry, what is
The site distance when you pull out?
Oh, so we haven't officially measured it, but when you're at the proposed new road, there are, it's a good straightaway, at least a couple 300+ feet on each side. You can see, if you're at the intersection of the proposed road and Whipple, looking east to the right where Varon Drive is, you can see beyond Varon Drive.
The reason I'm asking is because they speed terribly on Whipple.
Okay.
Horrible.
We'll certainly look into the site distance and provide that information as we move forward.
Yes, do you see that uniqueness of the entrance being a problem for construction vehicles, or even a fire truck, ladder truck, anything like that?
We can make sure as we move forward that the truck or vehicle turning radiuses can get in and out, which I believe would be coming from the western side, which would be an easier access.
Because it's definitely hard to turn, obviously, coming from the east, the way that's set up.
Right.
All right.
Yep.
From your topo drawing, it looks like there's a 40-foot distance differential between the top side and the bottom. And, the drawing makes it look like it's flat, but, so how are you going to handle the 40-foot grade change?
Well, the homes on the western side would have the ability to have a walkout basement, and that would be the same direction that stormwater would flow. So that's something that we would definitely be handling at the next step. This is a concept review, where the next step, we would definitely look more into the grading, but it doesn't feel like it's an issue that we can't overcome.
So would you be putting retaining walls in on the low side?
We haven't gotten to the point to determine that yet. Yeah.
Any other comments? Questions?
Is there an issue with the easement where you have to get any permission from Rhode Island Energy? It looks like there's an easement running along the back.
There is an easement that runs through the property. So I would think out of courtesy, we would contact them and let them know, but there's no structure or anything proposed at this, in that area. It would be just lawn.
Do you know if you have to let Rhode Island Energy or ever know about that in order to develop that lot?
If there's an easement running through, part of their easement, if our development affects part of their easement, then we're gonna have to notify them and get permission on that. Of course, as you know, with an easement, the owner of the surveying estate still has rights to use the easement for purposes that are not consistent with the utility easement. And just a comment, Sunville, this Mr. Lafredo, who's sitting right over here, was the developer of Country View Estates, which is the next project, you can see it on your map, not on this. It was the first comprehensive permit in Smithfield. I generally don't take those, I shy away from them, but he did a great job. And he put some comforts to his project. You're not gonna see 5 houses or 5 anything that look the same color when you go on it. You're seeing that in town right now, and it doesn't look good. He does nice work. And those walkout houses that we get through the process, those will be beautiful houses. He's not interested in doing the compromise on this property. We'd like to do something like this.
Thank you.
And Mr. Kane, one other thing, with the administrative subdivision, does it keep the house, the existing house lot conforming?
Yes.
And what's the plan to protect that lot with the road, private road right there? Is there, I see that green strip on C3. There's a green strip that sort of separates the road and the house lot. Is there something that's gonna be there?
That, if I'm looking at the area that you're talking about, it's a right-of-way area outside of the pavement between the proposed property line and the pavement of the private roadway.
But it would just be, is it just open space, or is there a tree line that's gonna separate that existing house I'm just trying to figure out, is there gonna be any type of divider there for that?
There is trees on the existing parcel that would be kept. As far as how that right-of-way area would be treated, it's probably going to be loamed and seeded at this point.
But there is an existing wooded, the area is somewhat heavily wooded if you see this plan right there, along that property line.
In the back, yeah, definitely.
And of course, the applicant owns that house also. And he could also supplement that with some additional plantings over there if necessary.
Okay, anything else? Mr. Kane?
No, we'll, now you have to engineer it, right? Now comes the hard part.
That's right.
On the process, and if we get that far, we'll come back to you.
Thank you. Next matter, 390 Harris Road, ID 2513, Major Land Development Pre-Application Concept Review. Hello.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman.
Good evening.
John Chikachi, and to my right is our engineer from Level Design, Nick. This is a property that my family's owned for 20-some odd years, and we're just going through some different ideas to develop it as something that would work with the neighborhood and make some sense for us. So we've come up with this plan, and basically just a little pre-app application to see if the board likes the plan, and if they do, we'll continue in that direction. So Nick, when you have a moment, just tell us your vision and what we're proposing.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Nick Helling from Level Design. Parcel at 390 Harris Road, as you can see, existing is primarily heavily wooded. There's no development on that land. We're preparing to propose the construction of 7 contractor storage units on site. That will also include, existing, there's no stormwater management on site or anything of that nature. We have extensive stormwater management systems that include a 7-4 bay and a infiltration basin. This will mitigate all flows in all the required storms as well as all the volumes. There'll be access on Harris Road by 2 drive aisles, ample amount of parking. The required amount of parking, I believe, is 11 spaces. We're providing 14. Overall, it fits in with the surrounding areas. It's zone industrial, it's a by right use. The only big asks would be that there are some variances that would be needed for dimensional relief for the buildings themselves. Just since the lot itself, the shape is not very, it's unique and doesn't really fit along with that area. But besides that, that's basically the short of it. I'm happy to answer any questions.
If I could just add, we're proposing that at our cost, we're going to continue and run the sewer line and allow the neighbor to tie in. They don't have it at that similar type of commercial site next to us, correct?
That is correct.
And I forgot to add in, one of the reasons we took so long to do anything with it, it was a little bit small, about 30,000 square feet. And last year, maybe last year, the year before, the state had offered everyone on the road to buy some more land. There's a big sidewalk there, so we bought approximately 15,000 square feet. So we're over 40,000 square feet now, so it makes a little more sense.
Any questions of the board?
What's the actual relief you're going to need for variances?
I believe it's setback relief, correct?
It is.
Dimensional.
The front yard setback as well as the side yard. So the required front yard setback is 50 feet. I believe we're proposing 14.4 feet from the front yard setback. So 35.6 feet of relief would be required. The side yard setback requirement is 40 feet, and we're proposing it to be 28.8. So 11.2 feet would be required on that.
And is there sufficient parking as it's designed? Or you're gonna have ability to add parking if you need it, depending on what goes in these stalls?
So right now.
I just asked some of these questions because the zoning aspect is somewhat new to the planning board. So these are some of the questions that I know have to come up.
So right now we have, as you can see on the plan, there's 10 spaces, or 11 spaces, 10 spaces plus 1 ADA accessible spot. But in these dashed areas, we have all of that room it's been graded and designed to add more parking as required. So to answer your question, yes, there's ample amount of parking depending on what goes in there. And we designed our stormwater off of the maximum amount of parking we may need. So the additional spaces of impervious area won't affect the stormwater in a negative way.
Is the zoning, is there a restriction on what can be in there? Like, can an oil company put an oil truck in there, or is a zone for that type of thing, or is it?
First part is yes, that there's actually not restrictions, but the zoning ordinance provides permitted uses in the any specific zone. So this is the industrial zone, there'll be permitted uses. And then there are uses that are special use permit that can come before a zoning board to be put in. So what happens many times in a project like this, it gets approved, but there's no specific use in there yet, and then they find a use for some sort of tenant that needs a special use permit, and they'll go to the zoning board, and the zoning board will specifically look at that use to see if they'll allow it as a special use permit to go into one of those spaces.
Thank you.
I don't know how helpful this is, but in the title, there is in that area a height restriction because of the airspace. So we're way under it, but that was a private restriction on that property.
If you got a little more frontage, how many would that eliminate of a units? If you went like variance of 25 feet?
So the real big issue for, short answer, I'm not sure, I'd have to double check on that. The big impact that would have would be not mostly on the buildings, but it'd be the size of our detention pond and our drainage system. So you know, I think we have the ability to add even more impervious. We're
Do you
well
think it
under-
could work with not requesting as much frontage relief?
You mean front setback relief?
Front, yeah. Because it's only,
Yeah, I think.
you're going to be almost on top of the road.
Yeah, it's a good question. I think he's asking, there is a grade issue there a little bit, not dramatic, but it goes back towards the retaining basin, so that's a natural place to put the impervious material, so we can get a natural flow into the basin. I think what he's asking is it possible to maybe reduce the size of the area that's going to control the water and move the units a little bit back? We can look at it. More than happy to if it helps.
Yeah, that's definitely something we can look into. Sorry, I didn't fully understand your question.
I have a question. Is a truck going to be able to stop outside the unit and unload? I mean, the truck is going to have to go into the unit to unload.
Yeah, I'm not envisioning, we're going to hold them. We're going to keep one unit for ourselves, for storage and our stuff. But I'm not envisioning being a ongoing business, more like contractor warehouse stuff. I've got two plumber clients who wants to buy one or rent one, people like that. I don't think it's going to be dropping and picking off. I don't envision that. It would be, like you said, at night, they put their trucks inside the big doors and leave.
Access is going to be from the Harris Road side or the back side? Access to the building.
Access is going to be from Harris.
So access to the building is on this side right here.
That's the back side.
Right? I think that's the driveway?
Yeah, that's the back side. Not on Harris Road.
Is he saying that to access it?
To access the units.
Access to the units.
Are there going to be overhead doors on the Harris Road side?
No, the Harris Road side will be a facade. There's actually a drainage swale that runs back there to mitigate
So they would kind of come in, loop in and go in from the back. So from the road, it'll be pretty facade. There's no entering directly from the main road. Makes more sense from a safety point of view and look as well.
Any other questions or comments of the board? Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll take a look to see if we can reduce the setbacks the best we can from engineering point of view and continue on. Thank you.
Thank you. Next matter is Windsor Apartments, Gemini Housing Corp., ID 2511, public hearing, major land development, preliminary plan review.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, my name is Kelly Morris Salvatore. I'm the attorney representing Gemini Housing on this comprehensive permit application. This is property located at 562 Putnam Pike, Assessor's Plat 6, Lot 49. With me tonight is Sharice Miller. She's the Executive Director of Gemini Housing, which is the applicant. David D'Amico is a civil engineer, and he's going to talk about the site. Mark Sicosio is an architect, and Paul Bannon is our traffic engineer. We also have Seth Sokoloff, who's a community planning consultant, if you have any questions about that. So while David gets the digital, I think it's on this side. I've been watching. So we appreciate your comments from our pre-application meeting, and we'll be able to address those comments this evening as we go along. As you may remember, we are proposing 51 units, 100% of which will be low and moderate income units and reserved for senior housing. We anticipate that many of the residents will be current residents of Smithfield who can continue to enjoy this community. And you will remember that the town council has entered into a purchase and sale agreement where they anticipate at least 42 units. So we are proposing an additional 9 units, which will maximize the likelihood of approval through the funding process by reducing the cost per unit and making more efficient use of state and federal funds. And just so you know, the mix of AMI, annual median income, is going to be 30% through 80%. There's some at 60% as well, and that's in the materials that we've provided to you. We're only seeking 2 adjustments. One is for maximum building coverage, and we're only at 4% over the 25% maximum allowed. And we're also seeking an adjustment from the use regulations. Multifamily use is not permitted in the R20 and MU zoning districts. But again, we're reusing the school building, which is, we talked about the last time as well. So with that, I'd like to start with David D'Amico to review the site conditions with you.
Should we swear Mr. D'Amico in? Yes. Say name, your address, please, and I'll swear you in.
David D'Amico with D'Amico Engineering Technologies at 2080 Mineral Spring Avenue in North Providence.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Well, good evening, board members. Thank you. I just want to go over the existing conditions for your benefit, which I believe you're all familiar. Essentially, the property is located at 562 Putnam Pike is Assessors Plat 6, Lot 49. That is a 2.2 acre lot with frontage on Putnam Pike and Cottage Avenue. So it's actually a corner lot. It turns out to be a corner lot. So the setbacks are, you can see the dash line setbacks are based on the corner lot, which in this particular case are a 30-foot setback in the front and 15 on the side and 30 in the back. It is duly zoned. You can see that's the zone line right through there, and the part that abuts Putnam Pike is an MU zoned, mixed use, and the rear portion is R20. So, and then obviously you can see the old school building right there. There is an existing non-conforming condition, and that is this section of the building. It's only 17.9 feet from the property line, and we actually need 30 in that area. So that is an existing non-conforming condition on the site. Other than that, we're fine. You have the old playground in the back. That's pretty much all pavement right here. That's the pavement line. This is all grass area. And then the front of the property is a nice front lawn grass area with some nice old trees that have been there. So let's go. So that's kind of the existing condition. Just, a couple other things. There is water and sewer in Cottage and gas along, obviously, with Putnam Pike. So it is fully serviced on actually 2 sides with the utilities. So in the proposed condition, the proposal is to utilize and reuse, or repurpose is the actual definition now, of the existing building, and there would be That footprint, the existing footprint, just for your information, is about 18,125 square feet. And there would be 29 new units in the existing building here. We are looking to put an addition on the back of it, and that will house, that's about 1,200 square feet, and that will house some of the offices for the service, the help there. And then we are proposing an additional building, in which the footprint would be 9,551 square feet. That's located in the southeast location of the property, right there. And that would house 22 units for a total of 51 units for the full property. We are not looking at any other dimensional variances relative to setbacks. We are just, and I believe Kelly pointed those out, just so some coverage. We are just over on coverage by, I believe it's 4% relative to building coverage. And then you still would have the existing non-conforming dimension of record there. So what our proposal is to also construct a parking lot. This would be accessed off Cottage Avenue. And this would be a one-way in access right here, coming down Cottage, right in this area. The parking field here would be fully circulated in all directions. And then you would have to exit out in that direction. There are, I believe there are 69 spaces. There are 69 spaces on the site proposed. So 51 units, that's 1.35 spaces per unit, and it does put us over the state regulation for affordable housing. So that is, you have this would be the dumpster area. This is a very nice courtyard that would have overhead walkways to protect from weather in this area. And there would be a retaining wall along this area because this would be, we would need to cut some of the land back here to make the grades work. So that is the overall layout of the site, and you can see sidewalks, and we have the required amount of 88 parking spaces and the like. And we just go to the drainage. Excuse me, the drainage plan. Right. So again, I will just say that the project is serviced with, we would service the water off Cottage. We can make a sewer connection off Cottage too. Power and gas can come off Cottage. So that's the way we would service the new proposed building. So pretty efficient that way. We don't anticipate, we have water sewer connections all to the existing building, and we don't anticipate any modifications to that had a sizable fire line and domestic relative to water. So we don't see any requirement there for upgrading. On relative to drainage, We are proposing a permeable pavement system throughout this area. I was the designer across the street of the permeable system for the library. We did an expansion there, and that was a very successful application for permeable pavement across the street. And we feel that that will work best here. I did look at other ways of handling the drainage, but what ends up happening is this drainage all comes down Cottage and gets into Putnam Pike. If we were looking at other systems, we would have to look to tie into Putnam Pike's drainage system, and I just don't think that is the most economical and best management practices relative to drainage. We feel that this is an effective system. I've used them all over pretty much in numerous projects throughout the state, and they've been very successful, especially on residential apartment complexes. So that is essentially the engineering. And I think we're good. Oh, yes.
Mr. Chairman, as you know, you have to make certain required findings, so I'm just going to ask the witnesses to opine in their professional experience. I'd also like to ask you to accept Mr. D'Amico as an expert in civil engineering and site design.
He's accepted.
Thank you. I think you've seen him quite a bit, so. Mr. D'Amico, will there be any significant negative impacts on the health and safety of current or future residents of the community in areas including but not limited to safe circulation of pedestrian and vehicular traffic?
Yes.
Let me do that again.
There would be no impact.
Thank you.
Correct.
And the same thing for provision of emergency services.
Correct. It would be no negative impact. Correct.
Okay. And what about sewage disposal?
That would all be connected, yes. No impact.
Availability of potable water.
Yes, that is available.
Adequate surface water runoff.
We are attaining that, reducing the runoff.
And would there be any impacts to the preservation of natural, historical, or cultural features on this site? Did you find any?
No, essentially unless a parking lot and an old playground fits that bill, no.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
There was a concern by the board about the traffic and entering, exiting of the proposed development. And there was discussion about perhaps creating another road going to Smith Ave, was talked about. Why was the option that you have proposed today going, why is that the one that you're going with?
Okay, let me just look at that. We do have a traffic study, and I worked with the traffic engineer on what was the best circulation for the site and how to exit and enter the site. But let me get a overall aerial on the screen so we can talk about what happened, what we're looking at in the back of the site, if that's okay.
I'm more concerned about 44.
All right, if you're concerned about 44,
it's a major
then we want to
concern.
talk to the traffic
It's a
engineer.
major issue.
Yep.
We have Paul Bannon here who will be testifying.
I understand that on traffic study, but in terms of other designs, is that in the purview of this witness? No, other options, like ultimately you chose with going with this particular option versus the other options that were brought up at the last hearing. And I'm just wondering why. This,
Several reasons.
Yeah, let me just go
I want to ask a question.
Huh?
I have a question.
So I am familiar with this site. I've looked at it for how we would circulate bus traffic, bus drop-off, and parent drop-off for the school. So.
Which is a little
when
bit different.
That's right.
Especially in terms, that it's not appropriate. It's not appropriate. Especially the coming home from work traffic, which is totally different than school traffic. And that's one of the major concerns, because right now, that area is highly congested, very narrow. The two lanes are very, very narrow. Vehicles going westbound have difficulty turning left, which will have to happen here if you got westerly traffic coming in. And it's a major concern.
So I was just preferencing my experience relative to.
I drive it every day, so I know.
Yeah, well, I certainly know it traveling, and have I studied it before? That's what I was getting at. All right, and I don't think there's anything more difficult than to figure out how to get bus traffic and school drop-off into a site. So I was just kind of preferencing that. We can move on. So relative to.
I think he's still answering the question.
Yeah, so relative to, looking at this site, so I'm familiar. So when I looked at the school, I said, you can't live with this. This is tough. This is it's just not a good location for a school in today's modern highways, right? Maybe back in the day, this worked. Doesn't work now. So did I look at other avenues out of this site along Greenville Avenue here? Did I look at that? And I did. And essentially, when I was looking at the school, this house wasn't even here. There is a house here. These are all residential. This is now surrounded by residential property, right? There is an alley here. It's a 15-foot pedestrian right-of-way. There is a crosswalk here that would allow the children to be able to walk from this neighborhood here up into the school. That's what we have. That elevation difference from this point to this point is 30 feet. 30 feet in vertical elevation. So to even look at getting a roadway from even back when I did it, I'm going to say probably around 2016, 17, it wasn't practical. It just wasn't practical. You're looking at 30 feet difference in elevation over 120 feet of horizontal distance. It doesn't work. All right. So any other access out of here, it's just surrounded. This is the town property. There is a triangular piece right here of additional town property, but it doesn't abut any other roadway except for Cottage, right? This is all private here. So it really doesn't give us much options for other alternative accesses out of this site. So in working with the traffic engineer, we felt that it was best to have the site. Once you're in the site, the only way to exit would be to come out this entrance. So once you're in, you can fully circulate and find your parking spot and move around, drop off. We have a drop-off lane, and then you would have to exit out this area, which, again, relative to traffic, and Paul can go into it much more, is the furthest. My training is to get the accesses the furthest away from the intersection. That's my training. And that is what we do. Now, you would enter Cottage. And Cottage would always have its other traffic from the residential properties that start here. And then whatever this commercial is actually connected, and they have access, driveway accesses out that way. So we feel that myself and Mr. Bannon feel that the safest way to circulate this site and access it and regress is what we have here. Catherine?
Well, my question had to do with the right-of-way in the back. So there's no way that could be utilized for even like an emergency exit?
If emergency exit, only by foot. It's a pathway for pedestrians. It's not passable by vehicles.
Okay, West Cottage Street. You're going to have all the traffic coming into this development. At the same time, you have family houses that live there on the other side of the street. They're going to be going in and out of that.
Mm-hmm.
That's a recipe for disaster. You're going to have all that traffic coming in, facing these family houses, and these people are going to try to take a left and go out.
And I'm going to let the traffic engineer talk about the trip generations. Okay, because that sounds a little bit more than what we normally would expect for this type of facility. So we'll definitely let the traffic handle that relative to, even though I know the answers, you want to hear it from the expert on that. Michael?
So that's a 15-foot right-of-way on that town?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that you did some work across the street for the library, right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
So the reason why they made the connection to the opposite side is because of this condition here, which you're coming out directly opposite of that driveway, correct?
A little bit to the, yeah, you can see it. There is a slight offset, but that is the library.
But the reason why they made the connection to Pleasant View was because they didn't want to deal with it, or they were having problems dealing with this.
Yeah, they had the opportunity to buy a lot, and they did, and it was a great. I believe it was a great purchase and smart for the library. Going back to the library, one of their biggest generators were coming from the high school. Coming from the high school and the elementary schools that were that way. So they were all coming down Pleasant View. What they would have to do is come on to 44 and then get in here. And they felt that if they could get an access on Pleasant View, they could get that traffic that way. I'm not sure whether people are saying, oh, I'm not coming out here and I'm going out, but it does give that option there, absolutely. And they had the opportunity and they did it. There is a sizable drop in that elevation too, but we had the length. We had like 500-600 feet to make that connection, and it went. One thing we didn't do, and you would know it, which I was against, is that we didn't put a sidewalk from there up. And that was ADA. That prevented us from doing that because we couldn't make that sidewalk ADA. So we had to scrap a sidewalk, which I thought is ridiculous. is the children now got to just walk up the roadway, the driveway, instead of a sidewalk. But that was what happened there. So, I mean, they would, you just can't, we just don't have the elevation to get to Greenville Ave.
Even if you cut into some of the property that the town owns, that triangular portion, so if you
Yeah,
came
this
off.
triangular
So if you
portion.
cut into it and ramped up, I mean, it'll give you
Well,
more.
we don't have use of this, right? We don't have use. This is a separate lot. This isn't a right-of-way. This is a separate lot. And then this is all private property, so yeah, would I obviously, when I have a lot of elevation change vertically, I want to get as much length as I can to reduce that slope, right? So, yeah, I mean, ideally, I would want to be over here, which probably would double that length, but again, it's private property. It's all private property here, so, you know, and I believe those homes are, you know, have been there for, you know, they're not
Many
brand new.
years.
Many years, yeah. Yeah. So, you know, we looked at that, and it just is not feasible, and, you know, I think if it was, we'd be proposing it, but it's just not physically feasible.
Thank you.
I was going to have the architect come up next, but I think it's best to have the traffic engineer come up next,
Sure.
Paul Bannon. And you all know Mr. Bannon. I'd also like the chairman to qualify him as an expert
He
in
is.
traffic as well.
He is.
Thank you.
If you could state your name, your address, and then I'll swear you in.
Good evening. My name is Paul Bannon. I'm the Senior Project Director at Crossman Engineering in Warwick, Rhode Island.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. As Kelly had indicated, we were retained to conduct a traffic impact assessment for, yes, it is getting late, for this project. As part of that effort, as David had indicated, we worked with his office to review the site plan to make sure that, you know, the design would provide for adequate and safe access. We conducted site visits at various times of the day, days of the week, to observe traffic conditions. We completed a traffic counting program, including AM and PM peak hour turning movement counts at the Pleasant View and West Cottage Ave intersections. I also researched previous record data for the corridor. I've done multiple projects over the last several decades out here. We inventoried the project area for land use, existing roadway conditions, horizontal, vertical geometry to assess access to the site. And then we developed a trip generation estimate for the residential reuse of the property using ITE trip generation methods. And then we assess the safety and operations of the future conditions of our proposal. The proposed age-restricted one-bedroom apartment redevelopment project is on a parcel of land on the southerly side of Putnam Pike, roughly 200 feet to the east of Pleasant View Ave. The 2.7 acre parcel, as you can see, is fully developed with the former Windsor School, which generated substantial volumes of traffic during the AM and in midday afternoon. Land use in the immediate area is a mixture of small-scale commercial, public properties along the frontage of Putnam Pike and single-family residential properties off of intersecting side streets. The immediate village area is highly developed between Pleasant View, Smith, and Austin, where there are churches, banks, public library, fire station, restaurants. So it's a very dense area, a lot of turning traffic, and slow movements through that area. Putnam Pike, it's an east-west urban principal arterial extending through the southerly part of the town. It provides direct access to the commercial and residential properties, and also allows access to the higher order Route 295 corridor, which that creates that conflict between property access and regional access to higher order roadways. To the west of Boston Ave, there was a road diet implemented where you went from 4 lanes to 3 lanes. That's a good design with multiple driveways and turning traffic where you get that turning traffic out of the high-speed interior lane, reduces speeds and provides and conflicts and is a much safer condition. Curbing and sidewalks provided along the property frontage in our project area. And within the village, the roadway is posted at 25 miles per hour. As I noted, we completed a traffic counting program at those intersections. The morning peak was found between 8 and 9 a.m. During that time, roughly 1,500 vehicles per hour were recorded. The daily peak occurs in the late afternoon between 4 and 5 p.m., which services roughly 1,800 vehicles per hour. Reviewing historical data, traffic volumes have diminished over the last 20 years. There used to be over 300 more vehicles in the morning peak hour and 600 vehicles more in the afternoon along this stretch of road. And that's probably one of the reasons they were able to do the road diet to the immediate west. West Cottage Ave, it's a short residential street. It's servicing 4 homes, and it's roughly 125 feet east of Pleasant View. That's part of the problem with West Cottage, its proximity to the intersection, the standing queue that occurs on the westbound approach. Also, its proximity to Pleasant View, where people are turning from Pleasant View when they do get the green, and that conflicts with them even taking a right out of Cottage. And that's one of the main reasons where we investigated how can we get people that are exiting our site as far away from the intersection as possible. Reviewing safety, we looked at the horizontal and vertical geometry of Putnam Pike in that immediate area as it relates to our frontage, and the available site distances are over 500 feet, which are well in excess of the required 155 and 250 feet of industry standard requirements. Going over future conditions, we estimated what the future trips for this type of land use would create based on using a non-age restricted apartment type use. That's what we used in our report to show you this was what a standard residential development apartment complex would generate. For that number of units, there would be, during the morning, 20 total trips. There would be 5 entering and 15 exiting. And during the PM, a total of 26 trips. That would be 16 entering and 10 exiting over the course of an hour during that peak hour period. Looking at the actual age-restricted use, that's cut in half. During the AM, you'd have a total of 10 vehicles entering and exiting. That's 3 entering and 7 exiting. And during the PM, it would be a total of 13. So this reuse of the property is probably one of the least intensive uses you could have for a project along a major arterial, especially a building of this size. Based on our observations of the existing conditions as it relates to access that being West Cottage, we proposed the circulation pattern as David had indicated. We have moved the most difficult movements as far away from the intersection as possible. You talked about the library. The library is on the difficult side of a signalized intersection because it's on the approach to the intersection. That's where the cars queue up. So you can't even turn right out of that driveway during peak periods. That's not the situation of our site. So we can easily turn out of our site based on, the available gaps, because we're only dealing with one direction of travel. That's not in a standing queue. The movements that we're proposing are, depending on the time of day, again, the late afternoon hours, westbound backs up beyond our driveway, but there are periods when you can turn left out of our driveway with the gaps created by the traffic signals. Those traffic signals were recently upgraded by the Department of Transportation. They, as part of their congestion management program that included the entire Route 44 corridor from here into the city of Providence. So they've improved the operation and flexibility of those traffic signals. They work in unison, meaning they're coordinated. They also have real-time data that's transmitted to their traffic management center at the DOT. And they've programmed multiple timing plans, day of time plans into the controllers, so they're more highly flexible than just 5-10 years ago that had 2 timing plans. So it was this in the morning, that in the afternoon. So the operations of the signals have improved, and DOT has the flexibility to fine tune and make them work as efficient as possible during the busiest periods of the day. So we feel with the design as proposed and the low volumes of traffic associated with this adaptive reuse, that adequate and safe access can be provided to this site. We also will need to submit to the Department of Transportation because we're on the state highway. So they will also be reviewing our study and our design, and we'll work with them on any improvements that they would require relative to our driveway access. Is there any questions?
What was the proposed entering and exiting traffic that you have at the 4 to 5 hour slot? The existing versus proposed?
The proposed entering and exiting for the age restricted would be a total of 10 trips.
At what time?
That's in the morning, 13 in the afternoon.
What time in the afternoon did you use though?
That would be the 4 to 5 period.
4 to 5?
At peak period.
So the existing conditions is what coming out of there?
Coming out of West Cottage,
Yes.
it's roughly 20 vehicles and they all turn right. Everybody turns right out of West Cottage.
And you're expecting?
We would only maybe generate 1 car exiting from there because everybody else has to leave. Anybody that comes on site has to go out the driveway, so we're not impacting West Cottage.
Right, but how many are you expecting to exit the development between 4 and 5 p.m.?
Total, it would be 7 to 6 in the PM. So you always have 1 car sitting on our driveway.
And I'm sorry, the exiting, is that only right-hand turn coming out of there?
We're proposing a full access currently, and that's what I mean.
Because there's no way anyone is going to be able to turn left.
And again, it depends on what's going on.
Because, the traffic coming out of Cottage trying to take a left.
You can't because.
You can't.
No. And
you're going to have a very similar thing here.
We're another 200 feet away from the intersection.
That's not that far, given the amount of traffic in the traffic.
That's another 8 to 10 vehicles in a standing queue.
That's not much during peak hours at all. And on top of it, am I correct that it's elderly?
It's not elderly, it's senior. I could live there.
Senior? Well, senior, without being, reaction times as we get older, my son's reaction time is much better than my reaction time.
But your decisions are much better.
Well, I don't know about that. I don't know about that, but that's a factor as well.
Fully understood. And that's where, we're going to go to the DOT. We have to get a physical alteration permit to modify the driveway and get access. So we will discuss any of their concerns and if potential, if they deem that a left turn should be restricted, we'll work with them on that. and provide the proper design.
And similarly, traffic traveling westerly trying to get in is going to be very, very difficult at those hours.
And it depends where you come from. If you're coming up Greenville Ave, you'll stay on Greenville Ave, come up, take a right, and then
No,
take a right.
I'm talking about traffic coming
That's what I'm
westerly.
saying. That's what I'm saying. If you're coming up from Greenville Ave from 295, instead of getting off at 44, you're going to come up Greenville all the way to here, take a right, and then a right in. Just like everybody that pulls out of West Cottage, they don't go left, they go right.
Jim, I have a question when you're done.
Go ahead.
You mentioned on West Cottages, there's only 4 houses. Well, there's 3 houses and a very busy veterinary practice. And they go out on West Cottage all the time. Not only that, but the little strip mall that's right next to the veterinary practice, all those businesses, that's the only way for them to get out.
No, they have access to the traffic signal.
Not the vet.
Not the vet.
No.
Why? I don't know what the relationship is between the two, but if they work together, I would reverse their driveway, so that parking lot had access to the
The
traffic
other thing
signal.
I'd like to mention is, the library, when they put through that drive down below, well, now it's a cut-through for everybody who wants to avoid the intersection. And they go flying through the library down the back road.
That's
And they're coming out the same way.
And they only go right, because it's restricted. You cannot turn left.
They try.
Not during the afternoon, because you can't get out of there. And that's why they have the access to Pleasant View, so they can access via the traffic signal, which is the good and proper design.
So you're going to have the 3 houses, the busy veterinary practice, and all the people that live in this development, all trying to use West Cottage to come in.
You're talking
And leave.
10 to 13 cars, and leaving 95% of the site traffic does not use West Cottage. They have to use the driveway to the right. So that is not going to be a future condition.
Logically, they would try to use your new access road instead of West Cottage. But who's going to enforce that?
Yeah.
Then secondly,
It's not an enforcement issue. It's,
well, it's
you don't go the wrong way on a one-way road. It's
well,
It's not
you're
a-
leaving,
It will
you're
be.
leaving a parking lot. You're technically leaving a parking lot, and you have them going down your new access road over here. But with human nature,
human nature. These are residents that are living on site. They're not visitors. They're not going to the veterinarian clinic on a
Okay.
random basis. They live here. They know the rules and the circulation to get in and out. Just like most of the homeowners that live along that stretch, they know when they need to go a certain way to get home or to the market.
the second thing I want to mention is it's not uncommon to have a queue going from that intersection of Pleasant View Avenue all the way past Crestview Road, east, in the PM afternoon peak. I mean, you cannot take any kind of left turn.
I don't disagree. But the volume of traffic we're talking for the land use proposed on the reuse of this property, they generate high volumes and could, if it was a different use based on the size, generate high volumes. This is an excellent reuse adaptive for a former high generator on a major arterial.
Question. Does this, am I understanding this correctly, that you plan to change West Cottage into a one-way street?
No, I did not say that. It's one way on our site. West Cottage stays as it is. Our traffic is minimal additional traffic to that, and all of that is pretty much that's entering the site, and it's less than 10 vehicles in an hour during the peaks. During the
So
day,
your driveway in is going to run parallel to West Cottage?
our driveway is all the way down the end of
Yeah.
West Cottage. All the way down the end, and that's an entrance into the site. Once you're into the site, you cannot go back on West Cottage. You have to use the driveway that's 200 feet further away from the intersection.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask?
Yeah.
Help me understand. If West Cottage was 40 feet closer to the intersection, it would be a signaled intersection. It would be a part of the signal system.
Yes.
Why isn't West Cottage in this proposal part of the signal system? And then you would have the people that are traveling westbound basically stopping before West Cottage.
If you're talking about congestion in the peak hours and it's unacceptable.
But at least it's safer that it'd be signaled and then people can get in and out, and especially if it was,
If you
if it
signal.
was censored. If it was censored, then people would know that somebody's queuing up there.
Correct. In order to do that, it's an offset intersection.
Correct.
And you would have to add an additional phase to accommodate that. So you're adding another 15 to 20 seconds of phase time, which delays the main arterial. So
Because the
with
people
the volumes
coming,
of traffic associated with our site, there's no need or necessary. You're talking less than 10 vehicles in peak. What should be done and recommended is to change the driveway between the veterinarian to go the other way. And they're connected, and they have access to the traffic signal. So all those cars that come out of that back parking lot onto West Cottage would have access to the traffic signal. But today, they all go right anyway.
because the only one who's getting the benefit of the signal on that side is the people who are parking in the little strip mall.
Correct.
And that's it. And whereas if you're not saying get rid of that one, move that one down to West Cottage so that they're all signaled. So they got a four-way signaling system.
I think the DOT, I'm not sure the exact year, but they looked, when they were doing this, I think in the early 2000s, looked at a major realignment of West Greenville and bringing that in. I think there were some vacant parcels at that time, and they had concepts, designs to bring Greenville Ave into Pleasant View to create that four-way and make that whole segment safer. For reasons unknown, that was not pursued.
Mr. Banner, did you do any analysis for I saw that you did a site stopping distance.
Correct.
SSD. Does your report have anything about the intersection site distance for the people that are ready to pull out of the driveway?
That's what the stopping site distance is. Intersection site distance has nothing to do with safety.
What's the distance for the people? So I thought the safe stopping was for the people on the road, so they can stop for the ones that are trying to pull out.
It's the same thing. The intersection site distance has nothing to do with safety. It has to do with operations. It's designed so if you pull out of a side street and someone's going 40 miles an hour and you pull out, it's designed to give them a distance that they don't have to take their foot off the gas. It has nothing to do with safety. Behavior of drivers entering roadways have nothing to do with intersection site distance. It has to do with how they perceive a gap in traffic. You could have 1,000 feet of intersection site distance. That person feels comfortable pulling out at 200 feet or 150 feet. They do, and they step on the gas, and that person has to slow down. That's intersection site distance.
Right, that's them measuring the distance the car is away from them to be able to pull out.
Correct, as not to affect the speed of the car on the main roadway.
Okay, but what I'm asking is that, why don't you do that now? Why, so.
Because
the
it's
people-
a random.
Hold on, the people pulling out of that driveway are stopped, they have to look westbound and they have to look eastbound.
Yes,
To make their left-hand turn.
Yes.
The analysis of distance those cars away have nothing to do with safety? For them to be able to say that car's 100,
As
like,
you
there's a
referenced.
standard that says that car has to be 350 feet away and that you can make that turn out.
And it's the stopping site distance that is the measure. It's not the intersection site distance. It's convoluted.
It is, and I don't think that's why I want to make sure the board understands there's two different things going on here. When that car's ready to pull out, what you're telling the board is the car on 44 needs so much distance so the car can stop and not hit the car pulling out.
Correct.
But what I was trying to figure out is how much distance does the car stopped as they're looking both ways need, or how much time do they need?
That amount.
And how did you figure that? On the 35-mile-an-hour estimate in your report?
Yes.
And the 35 was based on the mile per hour of 44 over there.
Which is
and you-
25.
And you added 10 more miles an hour.
Which is a right-out standard policy.
Did you do do you have an idea what the speed is over there? Is 35 accurate to do that calculation? Like, I don't know what they travel over there, because I stay away from that intersection as much as possible too. Except at night when everyone's coming down 44 and they're all going 45 miles an hour to beat that light and get through the next light. So, I mean, I know there's different speeds at different times.
This is a different section of 44. You know, from to Roche, it widens out to a 5-lane. Everybody's going 45, 50 miles an hour.
But that's what I'm just saying. What, do you have an idea what the speed, peak times is slowing down? But non-peak times?
Speeds through here are, you know, 15 to 25 miles an hour during the peak periods, because you're going through, stopping at traffic. Under free flow conditions, yeah, you'll probably get up 35 to 40 miles an hour, though they know they're coming into the village and slowing down.
And in your graph, you showed that the queue for the westbound traffic, so the cars that would be heading westbound, is it, that queue is 14 cars at peak? It's on page 13?
Yes, during the PM, that's the queue line.
Do those 14 cars, are they able to be in that section before the driveway pullout? So in that extra 200 feet, does that 200 feet help you get past that queue?
It gets you towards the end of the queue, yes. And it's highly flexible in this area, depending on, you know, sometimes as you get through that segment, because of the left turning traffic, there's a lot of people that stay in the right lane because they don't want to deal with the potential car three cars up that may turn left onto Smith and not have the advanced turn. So the lane weighting is a little different. So the queuing may be further back for the outside lane. But yes, it will be.
Queue would come up to maybe where that drive, so they
Yes.
could, those cars pulling out might be in that queue if they
Correct.
were trying to go left.
Correct.
Now, the other thing I wanted to see if you could explain to the board to make sure it's understood is, on your report, your safe stopping distance conclusion was based on West Cottage Avenue. I think at the bottom of page 8.
Both the site driveway and West Cottage, the site distance is greater than 500 feet to the east and west. So you can see through the intersections of Smith to Austin and up the hill.
Okay. And then the other part I wanted to make sure it was explained towards your conclusion. Page 13 at the bottom says Putnam Pike at site driveway. The proposed use of this driveway as a one-way exit helps create additional distance from the signalized intersection. That's what you just talking about, correct? Beyond the average westbound approach queue to the intersection. But that's not, that may or may not be.
Correct, and it depends on lane weighting, yes.
And I noticed in your trip generation study, you said 15 a.m. Somewhere at the beginning.
Exiting the site in the morning and 10 exiting the site in the PM.
But what's
It's on page
15?
9.
Right, there was a spot I saw, it said 15 to 10. I was trying to make sure what time you were referencing for that.
Yeah, in the morning, there's more people exiting the property, that would be 15, and in the PM, exiting would be 10.
And the methodology to say there's only going to be 10 trips was based on a low-rise unit development that you have here, not near a rail system?
Correct. And that, again, that's conservative. That land use would be like an open apartment for anyone, any age group. So using the standard for senior housing development, it's roughly half that we would expect for this property.
You had a question, Joe?
Yes, looking at the maps, has anybody explored, I don't know if you know this or if someone else would know,
For a while, so I'm
but has anybody explored seeking a easement or right-of-way over the property that is adjacent to the walkway down to Greenville Avenue? And I'm saying that because I'm looking at the photos. Okay, it seems to me that that area is tree-covered. There's no residences in
No,
that area.
there's a home there now.
There's a home in the area.
No, on that lot, there's a home on that lot now.
Is it?
Yeah, and as David indicated, the grade differentials are substantial that you could.
Problem there, you have an altitude problem.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Vertical drop.
And that, depending on what you want to do with it, direction-wise, if you made it one way, what does it help? It would help the left turn in, because people could use Greenville to come in the back door. To go out, it really doesn't benefit the property, because you're going to Greenville Ave. It's right out of our property down 44 to Commerce to Greenville. That's not a big lift.
Any other questions? Okay, is this one where we want to have a peer review of the traffic study?
Yes, that's something within the board's purview to request on this one. It can't be Crossman, though, who has done some.
Yep.
But your planner or assistant planner can put out a couple of emails and contact a couple other entities to look at this.
Do we vote on that, or is that?
You can make a motion for it so that the planner has guidance to get a peer review.
What's the general impression of the board members?
I would
Yes,
go for
please.
that. Yes.
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 I have a motion.
Move that the Crossman Engineering traffic study for Windsor Apartments be peer reviewed.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All not in favor? And the ayes have it on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Just for the record, Mr. Chairman, putting a couple of legal requirements on the record. Mr. Bannon, again, similar to Mr. D'Amico, will there be any significant negative impacts to safe circulation of pedestrian and vehicular traffic on the site?
No, their site is designed, propose condition to reduce vehicle conflicts, and there's full pedestrian accessibility via side connected walkways.
And then you testified to this, but I just want to be clear. Will this proposal have adequate and permanent physical access to a public street?
Yes.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to introduce the executive director, Sharice Miller. She just wants to say a couple words about the development.
And I do got a question of the procedural question. It's approaching 10 p.m.
Yes. You can, go ahead.
So at 10 p.m., do we end for the evening and continue to the next session?
No, I think the agenda says there's just no new matters taken at that time. but you can continue to finish with your,
Do we have the discretion? Well,
let me pull
it's-
I'll read the agenda exactly. Yeah, so that's what I'm thinking of right now. So there's no new agenda items after 10 PM, so that's at your discretion to not consider or hear any further items after 10 PM. However, the inclusionary zoning one has to be heard, or a recommendation has to be given to the town council, because I think it's coming up on their agenda for September 2nd. And they need a recommendation.
Well,
So you can,
I think we should table the peer review until.
how much more does the applicant have to present?
I would suggest, it's the architect and, like I said, about a minute from the executive director, 10, 15 minutes.
There's a lot of people in the public here, and that's
So,
gonna,
so you could continue it to finish the presentation at the next meeting. In the meantime, that'll also give us time to get the peer review going for the traffic. So that can be done, because I don't want to wait on that in the meantime anyways. They can finish at the September meeting, maybe you have the peer review by then. The clock, the other thing we're just looking at is the clock. I think the clock doesn't expire until about October 24th or so. I don't have the
That
exact
makes
date.
sense,
I don't have it right in front of me, but, so we'll have
You
time
you
to
still have time.
hear this in September and possibly the October meeting. So you can make a motion to continue this matter.
do you want to have your executive, is she, will she,
present.
yes, I know, will she be coming anyways to the continuing, or do we want to get her in and get her out for 1
Do you
minute?
want to be here next time, or volleyball?
I'm new, so I plan to be at all of that.
Yes.
Okay. So why don't we, at this point, make
Make
a
a mo-
motion to continue, to complete, because there's no way we're going to
Understood.
finish this in short order,
That's
because,
smart.
Yep, I understand.
in fairness to the board members.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we continue with,
Public to be heard now?
You can't start another one.
Hold it off until the next meeting.
Yes.
Yeah.
What else we want to do? Unless you want to go to,
It'll be the first item on the
be
agenda.
the first item.
okay. Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we continue this application for Windsor Apartments, including public hearing, to the September 18th meeting.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. All not in favor? The ayes have it.
You just notify members of the public also.
That today's hearing is notice for the September
September
18th.
18th.
There won't be separate notice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Then we're going to take up the,
Inclusionary zoning amendments.
okay.
While we're waiting on that, Mr. Chair, one other item we're probably going to do is send everybody an email tomorrow to potentially circulate maybe another date besides September 18th for a meeting. If we can't get it in on the 18th, we believe there's a possibility the Lime Rock comprehensive permit application will be on, or might be certified complete by that date. Chris has a little more information on that, but he just wanted to make sure we touched base with you as board members, so you're aware of that as we head into the fall season and another application coming before you, along with this one still being heard.
As of today, I received an application for the collection of lime rock, but with no check, so it's pending a check. The check is being held by the engineer, and I was told I would receive that check tomorrow along with their package. And then I needed time to certify.
He may, depending on what's submitted, it may not be certified complete to be heard in time for September, but we want to prepare just in case we know if there's other things on the agenda or how much time we might need.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, also at that time, I'll be selecting a new venue to hear that application,
Okay.
so
If it's the 18th,
possible.
because some of the members of the public were here
Actually,
for.
if it's not for the 18th of September, no, because we'll keep it here.
Because some. the
But for
members-
Lime Rock, we'll need a separate venue, or alternative venue, I should say.
All right, the zoning issue? Well, I mean, ordinance change issue? Well, they need this before.
Well, I'll just introduce, you want me to introduce it? So, members of the board, tonight you're gonna look at the potential zoning amendment to the town zoning ordinance. Under Article 5, it's called inclusionary zoning. Councilman Ionati is here to discuss potential amendments or his aspects involvement in this zone change. This is inclusionary zoning. And as you become more familiar with the zoning ordinance, you'll learn more on it. But the inclusionary zone is essentially your LMI portion of development. So if someone came to the town with a development, conventional development like you saw tonight with Tim Kane, that had 6 lots or more, there is a requirement to include inclusionary zoning, a certain percentage of low to moderate income housing in that development. So the town has had that ordinance since 2009. It's had a couple of changes along the way. It was recently amended with a recommendation from this board a couple of years ago now. However, it's being discussed again at the council level with various changes. And you had before you the amendment. I believe Mike Phillips may have also sent you a short memo that he looked at this memo with the current planner, Greg Gerton, who was hired just within the last 10 days, but had a previous commitment to be away today and tomorrow. You saw that email. So there are some amendments to it. And I can have the councilman explain some variations of it, and we'll go further.
Thank you. Michael Ionati, Smithfield Town Council. Most of these changes I like, but there are a couple I don't. First, on the density bonuses. Originally, our ordinance provided for a bonus of 1 market rate unit for every LMI unit. The state law was then changed to require 2 market rate units for every LMI unit, and we changed our ordinance accordingly. Then after the change in state law, many communities, they completely did away with their inclusionary zoning ordinances. And so last term, the General Assembly reversed this change, and now we're back to the 1 market rate unit for every LMI unit. So what we are proposing to do is the same to match state law, 1 for 1, so that developer only gets 1 market rate unit for every LMI unit, which would match the state law. Next is
because of this other change in state law originally to have the 2 units, last year we increased our required percentage of LMI units from 15% to 33%. And the reason for that was that the developers were getting very large density bonuses without contributing very much to our ability as a town to meet our required 10% LMI minimum. Now, a 33% LMI only makes sense based on my interpretation of the zoning ordinances, namely that the inclusionary zoning ordinance also applies to comprehensive permit applications, so that even comp permit applications would have to comply with the 33%. The town solicitor and the assistant solicitor, Mr. Ursullo, interpret state law differently, and they're the experts, so that the comprehensive permit statute supersedes the inclusionary zoning provisions, so that the applications under the comp permit statute would still only require a 25% LMI. So if that's the case, if the comprehensive permit statute, if you're either under one or the other, if that's the case, no one is going to file an application under the inclusionary zoning statute unless they have these very small developments. That being the case, it doesn't make sense to have an inclusionary zoning statute that has a greater percentage of required LMI than the comprehensive permit statute. Because as I said, this would eliminate any incentive to use inclusionary zoning. However, but for the same reasons, as I've already indicated, we've had a lack of progress toward our 10% goal. So it seems like dropping back down to 15% is too low. So I am proposing a required LMI of 20% for inclusionary zoning. Applicability. The proposed ordinances distinguishes between single-family housing and multifamily housing. Mr. Kane, in his proposal earlier, if he had 6 units, the inclusionary zoning would kick in and he'd have to build LMI. So we want to make a distinguishment between multifamily and single family. So under this new proposal, that the inclusionary zoning trigger would remain, would be different, would be 10 units for single family and would remain at 6 for multifamily, because we want to encourage more single family developments rather than constant condo projects that are coming before the board. Finally, the proposal wants to return, which we took out last year, the provision allowing the developer to make payments in lieu of actually constructing the LMI units under the inclusionary zoning ordinance. We eliminated this provision last year because allowing developers to simply buy their way out of providing affordable units seems to go against the very concept of inclusionary zoning. And restoring this provision obviously would further impede the town from reaching its 10% LMI goal, obviously. So my proposal is to keep the recommended changes, except for instead of reducing our LMI required percentage from 33 to 15, that we reduce it from 33 to 20, and that we not put back in the payment in lieu of fees portion of the ordinance.
Questions?
So now what would be the percentage you're saying proposed for the comprehensive permit and inclusionary are going to be the same percentage?
Slightly different.
No.
25 and 20.
25 and 20, okay. That's what-
Right, because if they're the same, I would suspect that developers would still use the comp permit because the
Oh,
density
yeah.
bonuses
I
are
got
so fabulous.
Yeah.
The comp permit.
Yeah.
So you have to give them an incentive.
Okay, that's good.
Councilman, are you speaking for the council tonight here?
No, I'm speaking for myself.
Okay. That- just-
The proposal was introduced by Councilwoman Bovis, and we've discussed it a lot. You know, her position is, I think she wanted to keep this proposal. I think these changes should be made because since we just, especially since we just changed it last year, and otherwise, I think a lot of the changes make a lot of sense in here. A lot of the language changes, and so you know, I'd like to see it pass the council, but I really don't want to put back that payment in lieu of, and I want to keep, get as much LMI as we can out of these projects because, you know, especially with these comprehensive permit projects, we're chasing our tail. You know, we have these big projects and then that increases the amount of housing. And so, you know, we never catch up. I think the last estimate that Mr. Phillips gave us was that we would reach our 10% goal if we kept things the same in 60 years.
60?
60, 60
And
years.
the more we can slow it down, the better off we'll be.
Right. Exactly.
Because people who moved to this town when it was a rural place, who made the right choices, planned their lives properly, who earned a nice living, were prosperous, have a right to live in a rural community instead of an urban one. And without sounding really biased and negative about LMI housing, because I know we need it, there has to be a balance. There are two sets of interests, as you know, right? We need LMI housing, but we also want to preserve a nice town that at one time was, you know, a farming community.
I think building affordable housing, this isn't the way to do it. By obliterating our ability to control our own zoning.
You're absolutely right.
What it's led to, as you all know better than anyone, condos. And are these condos really affordable?
No.
Even the parts that are supposed to be, are they really affordable? Is that the kind of housing that we want? Is that the kind of housing that, you know, families want to move into? Is that what we want in Smithfield? No. And so, you know, I think the ultimate answer is going to be with the state. I think we have to get together with other communities and try to see what we can do. But, I mean, I put a bill in that actually passed the Senate. Senator Coyen put it in for me. Representative Santucci put it in the House. It died in the House, obviously. I was trying to allow communities to have a choice where they could choose between the comprehensive permit process or having, you know, an upgraded inclusionary zoning statute up to 50%, and make that choice. And that would lead to less units, but still have a commitment to affordable housing. But
We're creating artificial mechanisms to do what good old-fashioned, I can't believe I'm making a conservative argument, what good old-fashioned laissez-faire economics does better. That people need to read John Kenneth Galbraith, American Capitalism. Don't tell anyone I said that.
I won't.
So
You're being live streamed, you know.
I'm a New Deal Democrat.
So we're looking for a positive recommendation? Is that what?
Either one,
Or
just a
negative?
recommendation. Your recommendation is, you can make it recommendation for the zone change or for the zone change with what you want or don't want to see in it, or you can just make a negative, you know, recommendation against any zone change. The council just takes your recommendation as an advisory role as they discuss it, because they know you'll, at some level, be
So
seeing it.
does the recommendation include Mr. Ianardi's proposals?
That would be part of anyone's motion if they wanted to
So that would
include.
be part of the motion. We have a motion.
And there was a memo, I think I told you, planner put out a memo too. He recommended 20%.
We have a motion?
Sorry. Move that we make a positive recommendation on an ordinance amending Article 5, Section 10, inclusionary zoning of the Smithfield zoning ordinance, in that we are recommending changes to the percentage of affordable housing from 15% to 20%, and that we recommend eliminating the fee in lieu of providing affordable housing section.
So just to clarify that, right now, the zoning ordinance is at 33%. So you'd like to amend it to 20 from 33.
Okay.
And you don't, you want to keep the fee in lieu out of.
Yep.
Right.
Because currently, the zoning ordinance does not have the fee in lieu option.
Okay.
The amended change has the fee in lieu option. So you want to amend the ordinance, but keep the fee in lieu out.
Correct. I was just going from what was put in, was being proposed, and my changes were to the proposed amendment. But what you stated is essentially correct.
Catherine, do we have a second?
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question first? Is the, I'm looking at the bottom of page 100, and it's basically says inclusionary units must be part of the development. But then underneath it, it said that we can grant a waiver to have it as an off-site. And we've done it both ways. We've granted, inclusionary zoning somewhere else, not in this development. Is that still the case?
Yes, because the housing is being built. So if it's being built on-site or off-site, the affordable housing would still be being built. So never seen a problem with that.
Okay.
And that, to my knowledge, has never been changed, so.
Okay, thank you.
Second? All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
All not in favor? Your ayes have it. Do we have a motion? We have a second.
Second.
You got public comment?
Well, we can, and nothing new after 10 o'clock. So
Nothing
we could take public comment right after right after we do the last one that we continued. After 10 o'clock, I mean.
That was on the agenda item.
Well, it's 10:15. The board has been going from 6 o'clock with some heavy matters, and we're tired. About what? We were suspended after, we weren't going to do public comment because it's after 10 o'clock.